today's modern world, is there such a thing as normal family life?
Who's to say what's normal?
Some families enjoy a dangerous life. Some crave a relaxing life. And some just like the wild life. In this series, we'll be visiting households across the globe to celebrate the wonderful, the inspirational, and the eccentric. Welcome to the world's most extraordinary families. Coming up, the circus family who settle their disputes with sharp objects. And we meet America's youngest storm chaser and his family on the hunt for a good tornado.
This is just amazing.
First, we're off to Texas to meet the father and son who risk life and limb for their venomous hobby.
I just bought me a leg and kept on doing what I do.
This is Rising Star, and this sleepy town in Texas is home to Jackie and Michael Bibby, America's first family of snakes.
They call me the Texas Snake Man. I've been involved in rattlesnakes as a hobby and for fun for 49 years, coming up on 50 years. I got started over in Brownwood, Texas when I was 18 years old. I entered the Rattlesnake Sacking Championship. That's a timed event where two people had to get in a pit with 10 rattlesnakes and put them in a bag as quickly as possible. And you get a 5-second penalty if you get bit. We do get bit a lot during that contest. And I won 2 trophies, $30, and got my name in the paper. I currently hold the world record for that sport and have over 100 trophies. The rest, as they say, is history because I was hooked.
Jackie is a veteran snake handler with over 30 years' experience. And as well as touring the country putting on rattlesnake shows, the family run a snake rescue service. They buy and sell snakes for their skin and train household pets to stay away from the venomous rattler.
My oldest son became interested in it at an early age. He started handling a lot with me at the shows I did when he was about 15 years old.
I was born into this. My dad's done it my entire life, so I started doing it real young, and I enjoy doing it. I enjoy what we do. I enjoy the traveling. I enjoy meeting all the people we get to meet, and it's a lot of fun, a lot of adrenaline when you're handling a dangerous reptile like a rattlesnake that has the capacity to kill you if you're not careful.
It's an amazing feeling. The adrenaline is like no drug in the world. It feels good. And there's not many people that can do what we do. I learned from the best.
Handling venomous rattlesnakes with your mouth is not for the faint-hearted and has earned Jackie celebrity status as the Snake Man.
Most famous person in Rising Star, Texas. That just kind of became my nickname a long time ago. I've used it as an amazing vehicle. It's got me all over the world and opened a lot of doors for me and given me the opportunity to travel, meet a lot of people, and make a little bit of money and have a whole hell of a lot of fun.
The family run a dedicated snake museum in the town where the familiar sound of the rattlesnake's tail can be heard, warning off any potential threats.
This is one of our medium-sized ones. This is something like you'd use for snakes in the mouth.
That'll be great for putting snakes in my mouth. That looks like a good one. It's got a good clean rattler. There's multiple different facets of what we do involved with these reptiles. You know, I'm almost 70 years old. I'm pretty spry for an old crippled man, but still the fact remains I can't do what I used to when I was 30. So Michael's gonna have to move up and begin to help in some areas where it kind of takes a little of the pressure off of me. Watch that thing, it's kind of jicky.
I wanted to follow in his footsteps. I wanted to make him proud. I wanted to do the things that he did. And now that I'm getting closer to actually running the business, I want to just make him proud. I mean, I want to do a good job.
Why don't you check the mouth on one of them?
The daredevil stunts and killing of snakes has been criticised by some animal rights campaigners, and Jackie and Michael are ready to move with the times.
I'm in hopes that Michael will be able to refine this business into something that maybe will be more timely, because I think he's going to have to go more educational and more scientific if he's going to be able to hold the interest of the people who will be wanting to come to the shows and listen to what he has to say. So I'm hoping he can develop it in that way so as to keep it current.
The world we live in today is just changing, so just like anything else, you can't do the same thing forever. We think we can take it a lot farther than just performing the daredevil stunts like we've always done.
Good mouth, good fang.
Yeah.
He just shot all his venom out at me.
Did he squirt it all out one
Squirted
burst?
it all over the place.
Yeah. And that's good size too, so hopefully we'll have some more of them before too long. Certainly it's rewarding to have Michael elect to go into this hobby alongside me and to learn from me and to take this thing maybe to a different level than I ever did, maybe in a little bit different way.
It's overwhelming a little bit, but it's also exciting. Actually taking the reins and direction is a big step, but I'm excited for it.
Next, the family get a call to rescue an unwanted house guest.
Wait a minute.
You got something?
I got some. Look out, Dad, look out.
But now it's time to meet a father-daughter team with an equally dangerous profession. Meet the Travis family, daughter Eve and dad Neil, better known as Yvel and Baldini, who quit their day jobs and now pay the bills by dicing with death, performing in a dangerous sideshow act up and down the UK. The family are trained professionals, so please do not attempt any of the stunts you're about to see. The family circus tradition began when Dad Neil ran out of money whilst backpacking around Europe and learnt some circus tricks to earn some extra cash.
So glamorous, the life of the performer. When he came home, he decided to learn as much as humanly possible and tried his hand at lots of different things. And then when he met my mum, they decided, they'd do that together. And there was Uncle Percy, who did a street show with my dad. And there was this big group of weirdos, basically, that all did circus stuff together. And they performed locally at a lot of carnivals and things like that, but also further afield.
Now, with Eve taking over the reins, the dangerous duo have performed at festivals and shows up and down the country. Today, they are preparing in the back garden for their next gig in a few weeks' time.
I think at first our neighbours thought we were completely mad.
Every now and again, you just get people kind of going as they walk past.
Eve quit her law degree and convinced her former circus star dad to come out of retirement to risk life and limb on stage once again.
I thought, I'm a bit old for this, there's a reason why I retired. But I wanted to encourage Eve in what she's doing and always have, if she wanted to do anything, I'd be as supportive as I could.
Most parents would be absolutely outraged after I'd dropped out of university to become a circus performer. They were really cool about it, which was really nice.
I actually would have preferred her to work in an office, but it's her life.
I'm actually the boss in terms of our working relationship. I plan everything, pick the costumes, obviously with help. I don't have the final say, but a lot of the work that we get comes from me getting it. It's really nice. It'd be good with big hair, not My mum is certainly a force to be reckoned with. She is the only thing that me and my dad are scared of. Which sounds crazy when we're dealing with chainsaws and fire.
Eve and I wanted to create something where the roles were reversed. So he was the glamorous assistant and not her.
A lot of acts like ours traditionally would have a male star as such and then a glamorous assistant. But I speak on stage and we both equally share the skill.
Eve has the mic and does all the talking, and I'm the idiot. We like to mix comedy with danger or grossness, so it has a bit of an emotional roller coaster. So one moment's gross, the next moment's scary, the next moment's technically different, the next moment's silly, and I provide the silly.
My dad is a huge kid. He's very much like, how can we make this worse? How can we make this more dangerous? What can we add? So, you're on the ladder of swords, you're juggling knives, your head's on fire, there's laser-guided sharks. Anything he could think of, it's more and more and more and more. I really don't like you doing that. I'm just oh, no.
But once you learn how to do that, you don't practice it, because every time you practice it, there is a risk of actually cutting.
It's funny what freaks me out and what doesn't, because most things don't, but there are just certain things that either one of us do. Like, he really doesn't like the body piercing, which is called, like, human pincushion.
It's horrible. Watching it's just like, no, I know how much that hurts. Don't do it, baby girl. It's the same skill.
It's such a show-off.
Once the leading lady in this family double act, now Mum Deborah makes the amazing costumes worn on stage, and today she is preparing the outfits for their up-and-coming show.
It's nice for the three of us. You get to be very creative, to have ideas for costumes and for performances, and to just be really creative and bounce off each other with that's quite nice. You know, there are arguments sometimes, but Eve and I usually win those because we know what's best. I think at the moment there's a beautiful vintage waistcoat that I've got to fix because someone did a chainsaw act and got a little bit too close to her father.
It's my waistcoat. Not that makes it better, but it's, you know, it's just a little nick. But yeah, we get
a little nick that big with the chainsaw, but it didn't go through to his back, so we're okay. But that needs fixing as well.
Coming up, in preparation for their impending performance, Dad has a new, dangerous trick in mind.
First of all, tip it onto a spoon and eat the molten lead and spit it out to water, and the water boils.
And next we meet a father-son team who love to spend their weekends together, chasing tornadoes. When he's not in school, 9-year-old Chase from Florence, Texas, is one of America's youngest storm chasers.
Storm chasing it could be scary at some moments could be fun, and it's just very exciting and it's thrilling.
Now, every good storm chaser needs a reliable wingman. And for Chase, that's stepdad Jason.
I've had an interest in storms most of my life. There's so much I love about it, and once I got my first shot of lightning, I just ran with it from there.
Jason has turned his love of storms and photography into a full-time job.
I host the most adventurous photography workshops on Earth. If you have any interest in the weather or nature or adventure, I mean, this is definitely the thing for you. There's nothing else like it. You're never going to forget it. It's definitely addictive.
As well as taking out amateur storm chasers, each trip is an opportunity for Jason to build up his already impressive portfolio.
Photography workshops are my big thing, and then, you know, all sorts of sales. People buy prints, sometimes companies use them for advertising. I do a lot of time-lapse photography and videos that'll sell to the media.
And Jason has had plenty of opportunities as the United States is hit with around 1,000 tornadoes every year, with the peak of the season in spring. Following in his stepdad's footsteps, it wasn't long before aptly named Chase went on his first adventure.
When we first started taking Chase out, he was 4 years old, and he would just take his mom's cell phone and aim it out the window, you know, because it was stay in the car, Chase, because, you know, he was a little guy and we were overprotective.
I'm looking at the radar and the storm's coming this way. My favorite story I have was probably the first tornado I ever saw was in Florida, West Palm Beach. We were driving and we saw a water spout, and that was probably my favorite moment because it was the first tornado or water spout I ever saw, which was really cool for me because I had never seen one.
Some of the things he's got to see, he's been on a storm that's produced a dozen tornadoes, and he's seen beautiful lightning. I definitely think he enjoys it.
Whilst his friends might spend their weekends playing video games, Chase rarely misses an opportunity to go out with the family.
Any chance he can get and he's free, he's got a busy schedule for a little guy. He has to go to school, he has football practice, a lot of responsibilities. Yeah, any chance he gets, he likes to come out.
Most of my friends know about storm chasing because my stepdad came in my classroom and did a big presentation about storm chasing. They said it was pretty cool. Some of them might think it's too dangerous for me because I'm just a kid.
Today, the family are preparing for another expedition, and the first thing to do is check the weather.
We got big storms moving in off the coastline.
Could I come look at it?
Yeah, absolutely. Just better look at it. These are all big storms out here over the water, so as the day goes on, these will push inland. Just about a county and a half to the east. We go all over. We end up into Wyoming, Dakotas, and Nebraska, and Iowa, and Illinois, pretty far north. Sometimes it's really nothing to go, 1,000, 2,000 miles in a day for a storm chase.
Most of the time when you're storm chasing, it can't always just be a night. Sometimes it can be 3 weeks, it could be a month. It just depends. It can be fun, but sometimes it's aggravating because you're stuck in the car so long.
Looks like we'll have some storms in a few hours. We should probably get moving. You ready to go?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Once you get your tripod, make sure you got your camera.
Coming up, this father-son team brave the weather and head out on their next dangerous adventure. But next, it's time for snake handlers Michael and Jackie Bibby to face off against a venomous foe. Snake wranglers Jackie and Michael Bibby have received a call from friend Scott, who thinks he's got an unwelcome guest in his barn.
Naturally, a snake is a scary animal, so when people see them and they don't know what to do, they call on us.
We go out and get that snake off their property so as to make sure it's safe for their kids, grandkids, for themselves, for their livestock, their dogs, their pets.
Wait a minute. You got something? I got something.
Texas is home to 10 different species of rattlesnake. The western diamondback is the most common and widespread venomous snake in the state and can grow to around 7 feet long.
Oh my goodness, maybe that's the one he was talking about. Now we're talking. That's no baby, that's a real deal right there.
He's got flat ankle. Oh, this is crazy. Ooh.
Yeah, now that's snake hunting right there, guys.
You got that?
Woo.
Once the snake has been captured, they bring it back to base where it will become part of Jackie's show.
Way to go.
Gotten anywhere from 1 or 2 rattlesnakes to 40 rattlesnakes out from under people's houses. So you just never know what you're getting into.
After a successful rattler rescue, the father-son team return to their museum and are keen to show off their most prized exhibit.
We have a beautiful white rattlesnake. His name is Diablo Blanco, which is Spanish for white devil.
Come on, Diablo Blanco, you got to get out here and be on camera. We got to show people how pretty you are.
He's not albino. Albino is an absence of pigment, it means you have none. He has pigment, it's just white. A white snake like that wouldn't survive in the wild. One of a rattlesnake's most important defense mechanisms is their camouflage. They're very hard to see in their natural environment. That white rattlesnake would not live very long.
He's a very unusual snake, worth a lot of money. You can tell by looking at his rattlers. His rattlers have never been broken. Many of the snakes we catch in the wild will have broken rattlers because the rattlers are very brittle and they oftentimes break off. But Diablo Blanco has about 20 rattlers and they're a perfect set, so they're very beautiful. You see that right there, all those rattlers. Started with the first button that he had when he was born.
Very, very pretty snake, very big, very heavy. He eats like no snake we've ever seen.
This snake does have his fangs. He does have his venom. He has the capacity to inflict a deadly bite. So he's very, very dangerous. So we're extremely careful when we're handling these snakes. Diablo Blanco.
Next, the Bibby family head out to the desert on a wild snake hunt.
Always got snakes out here.
But back in the UK, the Travis family are making their last-minute preparations for their big show. In just 2 weeks, this father and daughter circus act will take to the stage, so the duo are busy practicing their death-defying stunts.
I'm so sorry. Oh, God.
And for this family, practice can be painful.
When I first bought that whip, I couldn't even make the sound. I didn't really know how that worked, so you're sort of just waving this ridiculously dangerous thing around. And I caught myself so many times, and I had like welts and like little cuts and scratches, and it's really, really, really painful.
You wouldn't want to volunteer for it every day unless you're bald and crazy.
It's not as easy as it looks, you know, and I think sometimes people watch Neil and Eve and think, oh, I could do that, and you don't see the hours and hours of practice and preparation.
The rehearsals for the show have 3 different stages. You learn the techniques first, and that's about getting the technique right. So I want to practice until I can't get it wrong. Not practice until I can do it, but practice until I can't not do it. Then we'll rehearse what movement is around that and what language, what words we use around it. Then we rehearse the comedy. You comfortable? The way to make it safe is rehearse it until it doesn't go wrong.
When things go wrong, it can be really quite disconcerting, especially on stage. And, you know, there's that like age-old phrase of the show must go on, and the show must go on. We have to carry on going. We continue regardless. Maybe backwards is too soon, Baldy. You can be the most practiced, the most perfect, and eventually something might go wrong, whether it's your own fault or like extenuating circumstances.
Whenever you're doing anything at all, any activity, every so often things go wrong. And we accept injury as part of it.
We've had a couple of incidents. I broke my dad's rib. That was fun. And then we had to go home and tell my mum, which was less fun.
Hopefully there will be no more broken bones here as the family head to the local park to try out some of their bigger stunts.
Sometimes they want to do things that I think are too dangerous, and so I might argue with them about it. I can also get quite carried away and think it's a really good idea, but then I might sleep on it and say no.
I have mad ideas because I think when you're coming up with a concept, if you want to aim here, you chuck in all the ideas, even the ones that are as crazy as this. I tend to have the maddest ideas because I like challenging myself. I think, oh, I want to learn this.
They were talking about eating molten lead at one point, but then I thought about it and decided perhaps not.
Ready?
There's a very old sideshow act where you have a crucible, you melt lead into it, and on stage you add more lead to it, and then you take a pot of the crucible, tip it onto a spoon, and eat the molten lead and spit it out to water, and the water boils. Now, we're more aware nowadays of things like lead poisoning and stuff like that, and how it can be absorbed through the skin. So we've looked at it, and Debbie's gone, nope, it's not happening. We still have the equipment just in case.
Thankfully, knives and molten lead are banned from this park, so the couple have to settle for something a little safer.
I've only very recently learned to juggle, so I'm the world's most rubbish juggler.
I don't worry a great deal. I think you get injured. They've both cut their feet on the glass, Eve quite badly. I insist that they carry super glue. Other glues are available with them all the time, just to use it because you can't go and get your feet stitched. But it just happens, and that's life. But if you practice and you get good at what you do, then you're less likely to get injured.
My mum has a power of veto with the acts that we do. Mostly we decide all together anyway. But if my dad or I don't want to do something, there's a bit more of a discussion. If my mum says absolutely no way, then it's absolutely no way. She has to put up with a lot, and I think that's fair that she gets that choice.
Coming up, the day of the performance is finally here. But will the audience love their show? And will they survive it unscathed? And next, America's youngest storm chaser hits the road in the hope of finding his biggest twister yet. In Austin, Texas, Jason Weingart and 9-year-old stepson Chase are hitting the road for their favourite hobby.
Here's my camera.
Take one of the walkie-talkies.
A weekend chasing storms around the southern United States. The family's plan is to head off towards the coast where they hope that the sea breeze will be pulling in an afternoon thunderstorm.
The cloud you're seeing there, that's what this big green blob is.
Now, most trips out for professional storm photographer Jason consist of teaching amateurs how to capture that perfect image. However, this trip is an opportunity for Jason and Chase to try and get their own iconic shot.
When everything works out perfect and you're standing there and your storm's blowing up and now there's a tornado on the ground, I mean, that's the best part.
I think I'm very lucky because not a lot of people get to go out and storm chase. My favorite picture I've taken, we were driving and there's this funnel with a rainbow over it. It was kind of like a tornado and there was a rainbow over it, so I thought that was a really cool picture. Some of the things I do with my pictures is sometimes my parents will go to art shows, they'll take a couple of my pictures. Sometimes people will buy them, sometimes they don't. I'm feeling excited. I hope that it's gonna be a good storm, but you never can be sure. It can be very dangerous, but it depends on the circumstances. You could be far away and there could just be a small tornado. That would be kind of safe if you're far away. You just have to be careful for traffic and stuff.
It's getting stronger, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, this one has a good potential.
Now, the weather seems clear at the moment, but it can be unpredictable, and it has put the family in some dangerous situations in the past.
When you're not planning ahead for the unexpected, that's when you're going to get yourself in a bad spot, and that's where it can become dangerous. You don't want to have your main road going out of a storm into safety being a road that's just been sitting there getting rained on is going to be completely, mud and impassable, and then you're in trouble when you're trying to get out of there. So you want to make sure you have a nice, clean way to just get right out of there and have yourself safe within a matter of minutes. This is a bad situation here. We got a large tornado coming behind us, and everybody's stuck on this road right now. Closest call we had, it was actually my second tornado. It was in El Reno, Oklahoma on May 31st, 2013, and it was the largest tornado in U.S. history. It actually killed several people, including some well-known tornado researchers. There was a lot of traffic on the roads, which made it a lot more dangerous that day. It was just west of Oklahoma City metro area. They told people to evacuate, which kind of made a bad situation even worse. And then we had another tornado drop down to our west while we were stuck in traffic. So going back to those escape routes, that's kind of something we took from that day. There's really no secret or mystery to storm chasing. It's just developing kind of that instinct by getting out and chasing as much as you can.
Now it's gonna start picking up. Did you hear the thunder?
Did I hear thunder?
No, did you hear it? Everything amazes me.
Next, as the weather begins to turn, has the family found their first storm of the day? But first, the Bibby family are out on a hunt for wild and venomous rattlesnakes. Jackie Bibby knows more than most that rattlesnakes carry a venomous bite that can be lethal. They can still bite even after having their heads cut off.
Certainly there's always a danger of being bitten when you're handling a venomous reptile. And in the time that I've been handling 49 years, I've received 12 serious bites. Now, a serious bite means that you have to require hospitalization. About 4 out of 10 rattlesnake bites are what's known as a dry bite. You receive a puncture wound but no envenomation. Now, I've had numerous ones of those, but if they don't require hospitalization, I really don't keep up with them. But 12 bites, which the worst ones when I lost my leg, that was about 6 or 7 years ago. I was doing a show in Dallas, Texas. Rattlesnake bit above my boot, envenomated so much that by the time they got to the hospital, it had killed my leg, and so they had to amputate my leg. They started out below the knee, but 10 operations later, wound up above the knee. They finally got it to good flesh, and then I just bought me a leg and kept on doing what I do. Rattlesnake venom is hemotoxic. So you're dealing with a venom that's hemotoxic, attacks the blood, but it's also a muscle deterrent that aids the snake in his digestion. So anytime an animal or ourselves or anybody gets envenomated by a rattlesnake, that begins to break down tissue almost immediately. That's why you see the damage that has occurred related to the rattlesnake bites that I've got, because it deteriorates the tissue to the point that it can't come back. That's why I lost my leg. Many snakes have a neurotoxic venom that attacks the autonomic nervous system, but the rattlesnake has a hemotoxic venom, attacks the blood. And you can see the deterioration on my other thumb. That's from having bitten on that thumb, and the pad deteriorated, just wilted away, and there wasn't any way for it to recover.
It's a miracle he's lived through as many bites as he had. One of the funniest things when he tells people he's been bit 12 times, he only counts the ones that he went to the hospital. So he's been bit quite a few times, and it's always scary when somebody gets bit, but that's part of what we do.
I'm very excited about the fact that Michael, having been handled for 12 years, has never received a bite, not even a scratch. Nope. And I'd certainly like to think that's partially related to the fact that I've always wrote him pretty heavily about the safety issue, and he hadn't pressed the envelope in some of the same ways that I have.
I'm hyper aware. When I'm in a pit full of rattlesnakes, I always know what's going on, what snake is where, what snake to watch for. That's just how I was trained. Anytime that a snake handler gets careless, even for a minute, you're going to get bit.
I think he can have a long, illustrious career of handling snakes and never have to receive envenomation. So I'm really proud of the fact that he's very careful, and he's an excellent snake handler.
The Bibbies are off to the desert on a wild snake hunt. The duo have a show coming up at Redneck Woodstock in Rising Star, and to perform the rattlesnake shows, they need a lot of snakes. And they also sell them for their skins.
A lot of people make products out of tanned rattlesnake skin. They make hat bands, billfolds, belts, purses, wristbands, decorative things. And also a lot of people like to eat rattlesnake meat. It's considered a delicacy.
First, they stop off for a bite to eat. Friend Scott, who the family saved from a deadly encounter in his barn earlier, has offered to do the driving, but is a little nervous about being bitten.
You don't want no rattlesnake bite.
How many times you been bit?
12 so far.
How many times you been married?
10.
Which one's worse?
Women. They're more dangerous. Take issue with that logic.
Wild rattlesnake hunting is strictly controlled and also really dangerous. Luckily, Jackie and his son have all the necessary permits and expertise they need to stay safe.
I think any individual who might be in an area where they could encounter a wild rattlesnake, they should know and understand what to do. Because a lot of people are going to jump and run, and that's probably the most dangerous thing they can do, because they might run over a rattlesnake they don't see, step on it, and it will cause them to be bitten by the rattlesnake. The most important thing to do if you encounter a rattlesnake in the wild is to be very still. Look around and find a clear avenue of escape, because the snakes are very difficult to see. They're almost invisible in their natural environment. So look around and then walk away slowly and cautiously. In most cases, you'll never receive a bite. In this gravel pit, this point right here and then that point right over yonder, always got snakes out here, every time.
Am I proud of my dad? Absolutely. He's done something with rattlesnakes that nobody else has ever done. To the degree he's done it.
All right, I got one.
I'm very happy that he's gotten to live out some of his dreams, traveling the world and being famous and things like that. So I'm absolutely proud of him.
It's about a 2-year-old. I'd like to see Michael attain the success I've attained, maybe even more. I have great confidence in the fact that he's going to do really well. So I'm very excited about him taking over and just going on with this thing and having a lot of fun and making a little bit of money like what I did.
All right, Dad. We're definitely living our dreams out. We have a really good life today. You know, we go a lot of places, see a lot of people, have a lot of fun. We just have a blast.
In Texas, Jason Weingart is on the hunt for weather. And along for the hopefully wild ride is his 9-year-old stepson and storm hunting partner, Chase.
God, I can barely see anything.
Not quite the storm they were hoping for, but the family are thrilled to run into a thick cloud of mist.
Why?
So it's not always about getting a really close lightning strike or seeing a big tornado. Sometimes it's cool just to see something you've never seen before.
This is just amazing.
Look at that, man. It's awesome.
Dude, I gotta get another picture. I've never seen anything like that. I've seen hail. The size of it has been about quarters, probably the biggest I've ever seen it. I've seen lightning, I've seen tornadoes, I've seen really big thunderstorms. I've seen funnels, water spouts, and I've seen a lot of things. My favorite thing to take pictures of is probably lightning because of just how it looks, and it's just really cool looking because all the color of it and everything about it is just cool and amazing.
For professional photographer Jason, as well as spending some quality time with Chase, his time on the road represents that quest for the perfect shot.
I like to try to tell a story with my pictures if at all possible. If there's something that I can put into that, any kind of figure that's dealing with the weather, you know, that's when you get an exceptional shot. It's hard to pick a favorite kind of weather to photograph. They're all different, they're all unique in their own way. It's just a moment in time that you're trying to capture. But, you know, I love chasing tornadoes, just the adrenaline that comes along with that. But from a photography standpoint, for the better photos, might be lightning. You know, because it's a really beautiful, bright thing that happens and it's gone in a flash forever. So if you got that picture, you were able to preserve that moment. I'm always looking to have, you know, the best picture of that event that I could possibly get. It's never like just, you know, a storm or just shooting up at the sky. It's always trying to find a good scene. As far as a quintessential shot, I'm still out looking for it. There's always this like 1 or 2 shots in my head that I'm just probably never gonna get, but I'm gonna keep searching for them. And then everything I get in between, it's just kind of okay.
Unfortunately, today the weather isn't playing ball, but as Jason and Chase know, a good day out doesn't rely on seeing a twister.
Oh, look, there's a rainbow.
Oh, wow, yeah.
It's really fun just being able to come out and take pictures of the storms and just whatever you get to see. I'm really glad I get to do it.
Storm chasing definitely gives us some time to just get away from all the stress and come out and just hang out and get to know each other a little better and spend some good time. Maybe do a little bonding, and, you know, and get to see awesome stuff like even just rainbows. But he can appreciate this as well too. It's been awesome seeing him grow up into a very impressive and respectful young man.
This picture looks pretty good.
Yeah, that was cool.
I didn't like storms at all because I didn't really like them and I didn't like getting all wet from the rain. But now I do.
Let's go.
The big day is here, and it's time for the Travis family to head off to their performance at a local tattoo convention.
Today we're going to do a half-hour show at a local gig at King's Hall. The act will be Bed of Nails, Ladder of Swords, Walking on Broken Glass. I think he's going to eat a light bulb.
We're doing fire as well.
Fire, knock nails up a nose.
It's not quite like when you do a cabaret show, people buy a ticket and they come to see you. But because there's so many artists there, where there's lots of entertainment, it's almost like you have to capture the audience a little bit more. If you weren't nervous, you wouldn't care. It'd be very strange not to feel nervous.
The adrenaline you get from a little bit of nerves makes a bed of nails less uncomfortable, or the leather swords less uncomfortable. When we get there, we still have to look at the stage, see how big the stage is, assess everything. So some of the things we've got planned, we might discard. We always have to be flexible, don't we?
Makeup and costume are absolutely necessary to like create the whole image. Shows someone instantly before the show even starts sort of what to expect. It's very important not to get that wrong. You kind of hide behind it. Like it literally is a mask and you're this persona and you're not yourself. Hello.
My job is to mess things up.
Your makeup box is really empty and I was confused and then I realised that's probably because I've just stolen all of your makeup. We have like a good laugh backstage and stuff and that's great, but to be honest, like we probably bond the most on like the long drives because we have so many long journeys and so to keep this one like alert, we chat like the entire way. And when you've talked to each other for like 6 hours solid, like that's probably more than most dads and daughters talk to, you know, each other in like a few days.
Today I'm just here because I'm the general gopher, so I have to go and get the drinks, and she's going to eat some glass, so I had to go and get a cake because you need to eat before you eat glass. You need to have something carby in your stomach, really, so that it can find its way out.
So, glass eating to start. Then I'm thinking knives, swords, and then I like doing the bed of nails after that. Whip to finish.
All done. Finished.
After their transformation, the pair become Yvel and Baldini, Britain's #1 father-daughter danger sideshow act. And after a few last-minute nerves, it's time for the big performance.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Staffordshire Tattoo Gathering.
It's going all right. Nobody's died. I take quite a lot of pride because it's great to see them working together and getting on so well and being creative together and actually enjoying their life. We'd be financially a lot better off if we all had normal jobs, but I don't think we'd be quite as happy.
Don't make him do it.
When we have a really good show, there's no other feeling like that. Even better because it was you and your dad. I love every day that we have together, the work that we do, the life that I lead. Even when it's really difficult, even when it's stressful, I'm going to have a better day than most people do because I've got my mum and dad there with me.
Thank you, and good night.
It's been a good show and a good day. I always want to improve the show, so we want to fine-tune what we're already doing. Also, we think like it'd be really nice to get my mum involved in some more stuff. It'd be cool to get her up on stage maybe a bit more, or see how she feels about that. I don't know.
I think she's quite keen. I'm worried about my wife. She's more fragile than Eve. Eve's very tomboy, sort of strong.
You're going to get in so much trouble for calling mum fragile, and in so much trouble for saying I am not.
today's modern world, is there such a thing as normal family life?
Who's to say what's normal?
Some families enjoy a dangerous life. Some crave a relaxing life. And some just like the wild life. In this series, we'll be visiting households across the globe to celebrate the wonderful, the inspirational, and the eccentric. Welcome to the world's most extraordinary families. In this episode, we're off to Detroit to meet a family who are undergoing a remarkable change. Not only is their son becoming a girl, their mum is becoming a man.
I'm just like her. I was born in the wrong body.
But first, we're heading to Maryland to meet a couple with big hearts.
You can't get better than this, can you?
And an even bigger family.
Why can't you just blindly follow whatever I say to you? Yes!
This is the Ness family. Mum Amy, Dad Scott, and their 14 children.
Having a big family is wonderful. It is chaotic. It is crazy. It's lots of laughter. It's lots of tears and forgiveness.
The best thing about being in a big family is we have a lot of people to play with. I still have my actual brothers and sisters, and I have new siblings, which is actually really great.
Like, we're like the biggest family in like Maryland.
At times it can get very noisy.
It's very loud in a large family. Very loud. The worst thing that being in a big family is that we mostly fight all the time.
We do have a lot of energy and a lot of pizzazz. We do have some spunky kids.
The Ness family is one of the largest in America, and with this many kids, even Mum Amy has a tough time remembering them all.
Destiny is 21, and her husband Lenz is 23. Lexi is 20. Casey is 19. Hunter is 18. John is 17. Samantha's 15. Carter is almost 14. Ashton is 13. Destiny is also 13. Brad and Chad are almost 12. Tatiana is 11. Skylar is 10. Who's next? Oh, Aiden. Oh my word. Aiden is 7.
Although the older kids Casey, Destiny and Lexi have moved out of the family home, things are no quieter in the Ness household, and there's certainly no such thing as a lie-in for Amy.
A typical day for me is waking up at usually 4:45 when my husband gets up to go to work. We get up, we sit and have our time together before the kids come down. The kids will come down somewhere around 6, especially on school days.
And of course, a household this size wouldn't run smoothly without teamwork.
My wife does all of the planning. She's fabulous at it. She does a great job. I'm just there for support, to be honest with you.
We load up for school by 7:25, and I take them to school, and then I get the whole day to myself during the school year until I go pick them up at 3. Dinner, chores. If there's any like lessons, violin lessons, all those are usually in the evenings. And then we have during school nights, mandatory quiet time in your bedrooms by 7:30, 8 o'clock. They all have to go to their rooms, except for Hunter because he's now 18. And it gives me an end to my day, at least with the mom.
But how exactly did this all-American family grow to what it is today? The Ness family adventure started in 1994 when Scott and Amy met. Less than a year later, the couple were married.
This would be my husband. I am so super proud of him. You can't get better than this, can you? That's my handsome, handsome husband.
In 1998, their first child, Lexi, arrived, followed 50 months later by their son, Hunter.
Hunter actually has Asperger's, which is on the autism spectrum, but he's very high functioning. And he is probably one of the most genuine, sweet-spirited, honest individuals I have ever met.
In 2004, baby Carter arrived, but soon after, Amy was told she wasn't able to have any more children naturally.
They just said, don't attempt anymore because it really became a high-risk pregnancy then. We have not had any more pregnancies after Carter. But lots more children. Lots more.
I never thought that I would have 14 children. I was open to a big family, but not quite 14.
We wanted somewhere between 4 and 5, maybe 6. That was, you know, what we thought would be logical in our head. And we thought, what Scott said, once we learned that we shouldn't have any more naturally, that we should go ahead and pursue getting licensed to be foster and adoptive parents. So that's what we did.
And just a few months later, Amy and Scott were contacted about a local woman who was looking to have her baby daughter adopted.
Scott actually took that call and he said, sure, if she's willing to bring the baby, we will be happy to adopt it. So that was little Destiny. And then after Destiny is where our story gets really crazy.
Coming up, there's a baby boom in the Ness household as 4 kids become 14, and we reveal the secrets to feeding so many hungry mouths. But first, we're heading to the Midwest to meet a family who are undergoing an incredible change. The Mason family from Detroit, Michigan, are an ordinary, all-American family, but this household has a remarkable story. This is Corey. She's a regular 16-year-old who likes nothing more than practicing makeup with her younger sister.
Corey's always kind of been feminine and always dressing up. She'd always wear my mom's high heels and like dresses.
The dolls and the makeup and the, you know, they want to play dress up and princess and all that stuff.
But what makes Corey extraordinary is that she was actually born a boy.
I was really young and it was my birthday and I got a truck and my sister got a doll. And I wanted nothing to do with the truck. I wanted to play with the doll. And my sister let me play with it and it's just been girl toys and dressing up and makeup ever since then. So many sauces. So much sauces.
Corey has been living as a girl since 2012 and now classes herself as transgender. This means that, although she was born a boy, she has always thought and felt like a girl. She was simply born in the wrong body. But back when she was 10, Corey's family didn't even know what the word transgender meant.
I'd never heard the word transgender. I didn't know there was such a thing. We just thought as parents that Corey was probably gay.
I had heard the term and I had assumed that it was a cross-dresser. I assumed it was a man in drag or a dress. There was no education. I did not know what it meant.
All Corey knew was that she simply felt different and didn't know why. And this sense of confusion made her life tough.
I wasn't ever happy as a child. I was hating the world. I was being mean to my sisters, being mean to my parents. I would destroy things. It wasn't a good time for me because I was trapped in the body that I wasn't supposed to be. I didn't know what was wrong with me because I didn't know what transgender meant. I had memories of getting bullied in 5th grade that were just terrifying.
She wasn't even bullied because of the transition. We didn't even know at the time. The kids, she just didn't fit in. She wanted to hang out with the girls. You know, the girls were like, you're a boy, go away. And the boys were like, oh, you're gay, you're queer, you know, the terrible names and 5th grade kids. Terrible.
They would, you know, just tease me because, like, they didn't get it. They would spit, call me these names, shove me into lockers, tell me to kill myself. It was... Sorry.
The bullying at school grew so bad, Corey's parents decided to homeschool her. The family was still unaware of what being transgender actually was until Mum Erica saw an interview with transgender icon Jazz Jennings, and from that moment, everything changed.
I need you to come watch something. And of course, she's a kid. Oh, why? I don't want to. I said, just please sit down, 10 minutes. This is important. And the whole time she watched it, she did not say a word.
My mom showed me the video when I was about 10 or 11, and I will never forget these words, which, as Jennings said, I have a girl brain, but a boy body. And I was like, oh my God, that is me. At the end of the video, I just looked at my mom and started sobbing. I was like, Mom, everything makes sense now, that's me. So the next day we went and we changed my whole wardrobe.
She went out and bought the pink outfit that she wore for like a week straight and wouldn't take off.
Corey and her family had finally realised who she really was, but remarkably, her coming out didn't have much of an effect on family life.
Nothing really changed in the family when Corey came out. Nothing.
It's just, Corey's just Corey. And nothing has changed. Nothing's changed other than we use different pronouns, and she's now dressing and presenting the way she should have since she was born.
Her sisters, it wasn't even a big deal. They were just like, whatever, Corey's Corey. Even when we realized and she came out as transgender, it was like no big deal because they're like, okay, well, Corey's always kind of been a girl, so it makes sense. Nothing changed other than, more fighting over clothes between the teenagers and makeup.
In 2013, with her family's support, Corey began transitioning to become a girl.
Once she learned what being transgender was, once she learned that she could actually transition into a girl, she wanted to do it tomorrow. Once she hit 12, they started doing the readiness interview where they would do, delve deeper into the mental health and make sure she was really ready to start hormones, whenever the time came. And so for 2.5 years, she would ask me several times a day, Mom, did the letter come yet? Did the letter come yet? Is it time? Is it time?
On her 14th birthday, the day Corey had been waiting for finally dawned when her first course of hormone therapy arrived.
Hi. What?
I want you to do me a favor.
What? One day she pulled me out of school and was like, Corey, come here quickly, come here. Sit on the couch, I have something to show you. And she started recording me. I was like, come on, what did you do this time? Why? I was annoyed. I was like, why? What are you doing?
My first thought was, what can I do to commemorate this and to remember this forever?
Reach behind you.
And the idea came to me. I'm gonna hide it behind the couch, a little surprise, and record it. And the rest is history.
Do you know what that is? Do you know what that is?
I just burst into tears hugging my mom because it was just such a relief and a huge weight lifted off my shoulders.
Corey started hormone therapy in 2015 and took the first step to becoming biologically female. But everything that she had gone through had another dramatic effect on the Mason family. It made Mum Erica realise that she too had been trapped in the wrong body. Because Corey's mum used to look like this. Coming up, how Erica broke the news to her family and husband that she wanted to become a man. But first, we're heading back to the Ness family to find out how their family grew to 14 kids in less than 5 years. By 2005, Scott and Amy Ness had 3 biological children in the house, Lexi, Hunter and Carter, as well as new arrival, Destiny. The couple were initially reluctant to accept any more babies, but then in 2006, social workers offered them a chance to adopt a premature boy who was about to be fostered, and Amy couldn't refuse. But there was a surprise in store.
I'll never forget the social worker said, but he has a twin that has to come with him. And that didn't even faze me. So I called my husband and he said, Amy, I think it's right. If you think you can handle 4 babies, then let's do it. So Brad and Chad were the next ones that joined our family.
But just hours after that phone call, there was another amazing revelation. Brad and Chad had brothers and sisters, and the Ness family was about to double in size.
Before I even got to go to the hospital to meet Brad and Chad, I talked with the social worker on the phone, and she told me that they had 5 siblings living with their grandparents. I knew instantly that these were my children. I just knew.
This baby bombshell meant that in just 3 years, Scott and Amy's family had grown from 3 children to 11.
In the beginning, it was just 3 of us, me, Lexi, and Carter. And basically, it wasn't just like a slow introduction. It was like a big bang of like, okay, we're getting more children.
In most like adoption families, like they actually did try to split us up before, but Mommy and Daddy said that they would only take us. They weren't going to split us up.
So Brad and Chad were joined by their siblings, Samantha, John, Ashton, Casey, and another Destiny.
Right before the adoption was final for the sibling group of 7, their birth parents had another little girl named Skylar.
Skylar was born with severe brain damage, but the Ness family were determined that she joined her brothers and sisters. Then there was another bolt from the blue, in the shape of Tatiana.
Little Destiny's birth mom contacted us, and we knew she had had another girl, and she was trying to raise her. When Tatiana was about 2, her birth mom called and said, I can't do this anymore. My life is not stable, and any chance you would be willing to take her so she can be with Destiny.
By 2013, the Nesses had 13 kids, all under the age of 13, 3 biological children and 10 who were adopted. But incredibly, the family still wasn't complete.
So then a couple years went by, and we, kind of got into an easy pace. We were out of diapers for the first time in 16 years. Totally out of diapers. We were out of sippy cups. We were sleeping through the night. And then we find out that there was number 9 born for the sibling group where we already had the 8.
Number 9 was Aiden.
We didn't find out about Aiden until he was 1, and there was another adoption family that had him. They decided that it'd be better if they gave up Aiden to us, so that way we could keep all of us together. So there's 9 of us.
Amy and Scott were determined to reunite Aiden with his siblings despite his difficult start in life.
He had been in the hospital his entire life at that point. He was born with severe medical complications, very severe. He is a little miracle to be alive.
Initially, the authorities were reluctant to let Aiden join the blossoming brood.
To the general public, we look like crazy people, just gathering children up. But we ended up, again, advocating and fighting, and birth parents requested that he be placed with us. So they did. They worked with us, and here came number 14.
We've had people come along and they say, well, what you've done, you're saints and everything else. We're really not the heroes. Our kids are. They're the ones that had to change their whole identity. They're the ones that had to change who they called mom and dad.
So with 14 kids in the family, the first question anyone asks is, how much is the grocery bill?
Hi, how are you?
I would say that our grocery budget is somewhere between $400 and $500 a week. We have different connections and inside things where people will donate large chunks of frozen meats to us because they either have a program that they run that they couldn't use it, and we're fairly known in this area, and often we get calls, hey, could you use 23 pounds of chicken? Yes, we can use 23 pounds of chicken.
It is a lot of food. Basically, it's just what we're taking on vacation, provided I can get it all in our van.
As if looking after so many hungry kids wasn't enough, this summer, Amy and Scott are planning to take their family on holiday.
Take it in and set it in the, put it in the utility room for now.
But first, it's back to their 10-bedroom house to unpack the groceries.
I don't know what he wants to do with that. Oh, that's right, you do. Oh,
All day.
Aiden. All right, now, who can put the milk out in the garage? We gotta put the refrigerated things away. That goes to the garage refrigerator. Okay. All right. We use a tremendous amount of food in this house. We have a big walk-in freezer in the garage that was donated to us, which is fantastic because my husband is a massive coupon shopper. He's one of those extreme coupon shoppers. So I have to plan our food around what he comes home with. It's huge, but it's very messy. Totally unorganized right now, but it's got shelving on the sides, on the back, in the middle, and then there's everything on the floor too. My husband might come home with 72 boxes of pizza, or it looks like we have a whole pile of Hot Pockets. There's boxes of toaster strudels. And sometimes I say to him, Scott, let's see how long we can go without buying, but he has a need to coupon. I think couponing sometimes becomes almost like an addiction to some people. And I have friends that coupon too, and that's what they say is they feel compelled. They have to get their sale.
And Scott's penchant for coupon shopping isn't just limited to the frozen section.
It looks like right now he must have, I don't know how many boxes of pancake mix and oatmeal. He must have found some sort of deal on oatmeal. So we've been making, one of the things that we made for vacation is some tubs of monster cookies, which the primary ingredient is oatmeal. And today we might make chocolate no-bake cookies, which again, the primary ingredient is oatmeal. So I learned to work with what he brings home.
But today, oatmeal is off the menu. Dad Scott has brought home a box of crabs, and the kids waste no time getting stuck in.
Peter, now you wait. No, you wait. Wait until the table's set up, okay? Right?
You're supposed to nod your heads.
But a crab feast is a messy business and needs the whole family to help out.
Who needs water? Thanks, Mom. You're welcome, son. It absolutely can be done to have a big family and not be wealthy or really well-to-do. You just have to learn to be content. We are very careful with our finances. Sometimes you have to be. If you just don't have the money, you have to be thrifty. There's no other option.
A box of crabs can be made to go a long way in the Ness household, but it's also a great excuse to sit down as a family.
You'll usually get 2 or 3 days out of them. You can pick for hours because it's just a little bit of meat at a time and conversation.
Mainly in Maryland. You know, if you had crabs, you had friends.
We'll be back with the Nesses shortly as they pack up the kids and a ton of groceries and hit the road for their summer vacation. But now we're back in Detroit to discover how Mum Erica realised she was a man trapped in a woman's body and what happened when she told her husband. In 2015, Detroit teenager Corey Mason began the transition to become female after finally learning she was a girl trapped in a boy's body. But her realisation also made her mum Erica recognise that she too was transgender.
It was such a relief because growing up, I was so self-conscious. I hated myself. I hated my body. My friends would say to me, "You're so beautiful, you know, you have this perfect body." And I was like, "I'm so glad that you see it that way," but I don't. I just thought I was a tomboy. I was one of the guys. And I would always make a joke, like, you know, my friends would be going out to get ice cream, and I'm like, I'm really not a sweet kind of guy. I'm not a sweet guy. And I always called myself guy. It's so bizarre to look back and say, well, duh, that makes perfect sense.
I had absolutely no indication at all, nothing whatsoever, other than she hated her breasts.
Life as Erica was a very depressing life. I tried to find the joy in life. I tried to look and be grateful for the good things in my life, but there was still this nagging sense of hopelessness and depression that I carried with me every single day of my life, and I did not know why. Ellen, I think they're probably fine.
With Corey's transition underway, being able to share her daughter's experiences meant Erica could finally make sense of her own feelings. But having kept a secret to herself for over 3 years, she only now felt strong enough to tell her husband.
We were watching the movie The Danish Girl about a transgender woman. In the end, she'd had, I guess, the first surgery, and in the end, she ends up dying. And I was crying so hard, I was sobbing, like way more than you cry at a movie.
And at the end of it, she just looked at me and she said she apologized.
And I looked up at him, and the woman's name in the movie is Lily. And I looked up at him and I said, I'm so sorry that you got stuck with a freaking Lily. And he was like, didn't kind of understand what I was saying at first. And he said, what does that mean? And I said, that means that I was also born in the wrong body. I thought for sure that it would be the end of my marriage.
I just hugged her and I said, everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. And then it just opened up dialogue.
I said, I married you for the person you are. I love you inside. I don't care what you look like outside. We'll make this work no matter what we have to do. And I just, I don't think I've ever cried harder in my life. I was a mess.
People look to me like I'm some sort of superhero for just doing the right thing. It's just doing the right thing.
It was so unexpected. I never once thought that he might stay. So I was just completely blown away.
I signed up for till death do us part. And that doesn't come with fine print. It comes with, you said I do. We started a family. We end as a family.
And of course, the other person Erica told was the one person in the family who knew exactly what she was going through.
It was like, hey, I'm transgender like you. I'm just like you. I was born in the wrong body. I was like, it was awesome.
And the other family members took the news just as well.
I sat down with Ellen, the 10-year-old, and Willow, who's 7. And I said, you guys realize that I'm transgender too, right? And they were like, yeah, that means you want to be a boy now? And Willow goes, does that mean we should start calling you Dad? And I said, I'm your mom. You call me whatever you want to call me. But for them, it was no big deal.
With her family's support, and after keeping her secret for so long, Erica finally began medically transitioning and became Eric.
I didn't realize what normal felt like until I started hormone therapy.
But how has this dramatic change affected Eric and Les's relationship?
I think in some ways the experience has brought us closer. But I think in other ways, especially when it comes to my marriage, things are different.
Some days it's really tough. You know, I could sit here and say that it's all sunshine and roses, but I'd be lying. We're still a couple, we'll probably always be a couple, but romantically, I'm a straight heterosexual guy, and if you look like a guy, it kind of makes things difficult for me.
I don't think anything changes as far as someone's sexuality, just because my whole life I've considered myself bisexual, where I don't care about gender. I don't care if you're a woman or you're a man. If I fall in love with you, I fall in love with you.
I'm still just as straight as I always was and will ever be. Nothing about me changed. Nothing about my spouse changed, other than she's living in the body that matches the brain.
I've never told anybody this, and I've just recently been thinking about this. That I can't say that I identify as a man, because I don't. I don't identify as a woman. I identify as transmasculine, but I also identify as a human. That's how we should all identify as humans.
We'll be catching up with the Masons later as the family get ready for a double celebration, as well as finding out what the future holds for Corey. But first, things are getting messy in Maryland as the vacation planning gets underway. The Ness family and their children are about to embark on their annual holiday, but the destination is a closely guarded secret, for now. But when you've got this many kids, planning starts early.
She makes sure the kids get their clothes packed, things that are necessary, and I'll think of some things too. I am to the point to where I tell her, well, what do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? And then, of course, I provide the finances for it.
Another thing.
Basic cupcakes, frosting, and sprinkles on top.
But financing a holiday for so many people isn't easy. Dad Scott is a corrections officer and Amy is a stay-at-home mum, so she boosts the family's spending money with a little bit of home baking.
Different people ask for me to make cakes and cupcakes for them, and then they will often donate a specific amount or a certain amount, and I throw all that money into our vacation fund because our finances have gotten a little bit tighter this year than what they normally are. Thankfully, this is a tiny order. When you've done 400 for a wedding with sugared fruit on top, you work for hours.
I have to watch him. Sometimes when there's an order, he's the one I have to specifically spell it out to. You cannot sneak one of these. Because I'll have a certain amount done, and next thing I know, there's one missing. Oh my gosh, did he put his mouth in it? Aiden!
I'm licking the top.
Hours and hours and hours go into planning a vacation for us.
Okay, Tatiana, what shoes are you wearing? I need you to bring down your shoes.
Some of that is because I'm a control freak. And I have fear of losing my children. I have fear of, especially in crowds, things like that. And so I probably way overplan. I research and try to know every area of where we're going so that it can be the best it can be and I can relax and have peace of mind that we're gonna be okay. So far I've not lost a child. I lost a grandpa on vacation once, but not a child.
This year, the Ness family are a few members down for the annual holiday.
We're missing 5 because my oldest daughter is married and lives in West Virginia with her husband. My second oldest daughter, Lexi, is in South Carolina at Bob Jones University. And then Casey, who is our third oldest daughter, moved out in February.
The other 2 Ness family members who won't be joining them on holiday are 17-year-old John and 13-year-old Ashton, who are away at a boys' camp. But for the rest of the family, finding out where their holiday will be isn't going to be straightforward.
I have planned a vacation reveal thing for the kids. Every year I do something fun with them to reveal where we're going for vacation and what we're doing.
I'm now an angel.
Ready? Get set, go.
I love family vacations, I just do.
After the kids' hard work, the destination is finally revealed.
For our vacation, we're going to Pennsylvania, and it's gonna be fun.
We have a house rented on the lake, and it will just be simple this time, not a massive amount of activities.
It's near a lake and a pool, and it's really in the mountains. It's going to be beautiful.
We're going to a different house, and we get to be in a different place, and there's usually different stuff there that we get to do.
It'll be very good. It's great bonding time for us.
Coming up, the Ness family hit the road as they head off on vacation. But with this many kids, how is Mum going to work out who sleeps where? But first, we're catching up with the Masons, and it's party time as they get ready for 2 big birthdays. Back in Michigan, and the Masons are heading out to prepare for a very special celebration.
We are at Party City. We've come here to get some decorations for Sweet 16 and 17th birthday party in 2 weeks.
I'm super excited.
But with Corey and Kaylee's birthdays just one day apart, sharing a party isn't always easy.
It can be difficult sometimes because, you know, it's just a mix of a bunch of people, but, you know, it's easier that way.
I would rather have my own birthday party just so like I could invite my friends and it could just be like, you know, neutral, but then like when we have to share, it's like Corey's friends and my friends and also family friends.
Unfortunately, the reality is that Kaylee has a lot of friends and Corey doesn't. So anytime there's a party, especially their birthday party, it usually ends up being more Kaylee's friends.
Kaylee's friends are most likely coming to the party because I really don't have any. I only have one best friend and a lot of internet best friends that live across the world, so I can't really see them. So I only have one friend, her name's Emma. That's not really fun, to be honest. I get jealous of Kaylee a lot because she goes out and she has like 30 friends she hangs out with, and I'm like, God, I wish I could just be in your place for one day. Like, I would kill to have that many friends.
I think that people are really missing out on a great person because Corey truly hasn't really changed. Corey is still a beautiful person inside and out, and all the people who turned her away because she's transgender made a huge mistake.
It's hard for me to watch Kaylee basically have a typical teenage girl experience in her life, and Corey does not get to experience much of that. It's hard to watch as a parent.
But Corey has taken some comfort from the fact that she is now able to offer advice and support to other teenagers around the world.
People do ask me all kinds of questions. So what made you think of transition? Like, how did you overcome it? And do you have any advice? And it was awesome because I get messages all the time on Instagram saying, hey, because of you, I didn't kill myself. Because of you, my parents know what transgender means and now they accept me for who I am, which that right there is like that's like, wow, I just saved somebody's life. It's amazing.
And of course, she can also rely on the support she receives from her family, especially her mum.
I wanted so badly to come out to Corey. Mainly because I wanted her to know, not only do I support you and love you, but I understand on a deeper level what you're going through.
When my mom first told me she was transgender too, I cried for her because like I know all that holding that hatred and like being trapped in the wrong body felt. So I was like, oh my goodness, you're just like me. And it was awesome because I had a friend to talk to that was like me and we went through the same things, and it was awesome.
The road ahead for the Masons won't always be smooth. Corey is considering surgery in the future and is about to join a new art school. Plus the effect on Eric and Les's relationship will always be a challenge. But if any family can deal with the ups and downs, it's this family.
The way that people look at us, just our opinions in general, it's a lot to deal with, but at the same time, we're also like a family, so we always have to stick together.
I would say my family is just a family. My family is insane, my family's crazy, my family's funny, my family's fun, my family's frustrating. My family's the same as any other family.
Having a transgender parent is definitely something hard to deal with because people don't look at us the same, or when I go places, I have 2 dads and people are just kind of confused, but I mean, at the same time, my mom is still my mom and I can still trust her with everything, and it's just, It doesn't change the person that you are, it's just the appearance that you want people to see you as.
I do think I've come a long ways. I think that I am stronger. I think that I am more brave than I ever been, and I can overcome anything.
If there's one lesson that they can take from this is, always be yourself. Always be yourself. Don't ever be what anyone else wants you to be or says you should be. You be you, and you be proud of that. You be proud of who you are.
I feel all of that. I feel free, I feel happy, I feel down sometimes, but you know what? It's life. Life throws some tough things at you, and you just gotta overcome them.
Finally, the big day for the Ness family has arrived. They're heading to a holiday home in Pennsylvania, 400 miles and 6 hours drive away. But before they set off, there's just time for a few last-minute jobs, including feeding the cats and installing the in-van entertainment system.
Let's get in. I gotta load this stuff up front. We got 9. If we have the neighbor kids, I don't know. We got 9 kids, that's what matters.
With all 9 kids buckled up and the van packed, the Ness family can hit the road. But as every parent knows, it's not long before nature calls.
I don't know if it's that way or where. I don't know where we're going.
Every vacation we do crazy fun t-shirts like this because it gives me a quick visual way to identify everybody, and it's just fun. And it's silly, and it brings humor to something that can be tedious sometimes.
I'm the dad of all things.
Another bathroom stop. Okay, let's go.
Back in the van, and how better to while away the miles than a family sing-song.
Everybody's nurse, everybody's nurse. I know a song that gets on everybody's nerves, and this is how it goes. I know a song that gets on everybody's nerves. How much longer, anyway? Gotta go, Lou!
Even though vacation for me is not exactly a restful thing, it's bonding, it's family connectiveness. And because we've joined multiple families together, this builds memories all together. I think any family, when you make memories together, that's what a family is. So that's what vacation is for me.
After a long 6 hours on the road, the Ness family arrive at the holiday home in Pennsylvania. But there's no rest yet for Mum Amy.
Is there any beds down there?
No.
There's a couch. There's a couch, okay. Okay, so let's go see what's up here. So maybe this could be the girls' room. I have to just make an executive decision as to who sleeps where because they're gonna fight about it no matter what I pick. Okay, well,
I called this room.
here's what we can do. Who is in the closet? Wow, we found a child. Actually, but then if the girls get this room, the first... mess with the controls. I don't know why I even talk. Nobody listens to me.
You just said you listen to what she says.
How can we solve this?
What do you guys think?
No. Why can't you just blindly follow whatever I say to you?
Take pictures.
Boys are in this room. Do not lock him out.
But all the preparation and planning has been worthwhile as finally the Ness family summer vacation can begin.
I'm very, very, very glad to be here. It was all, even though it really wasn't a long drive compared to some that we've done, it felt really long. The last 3 hours got long. The kids survived, I survived, even Dad survived, which is a miracle, and we only had one potty break the last 3 hours. Put this back, not right now. No, please don't ruin that and get...
Oh. Did I always want to be a mom? That's a really good question. No. I wanted to be a neurosurgeon. I would have never, and I think people that knew me back then would have never told you that Amy Ness is going to be a mom of 14 children and make cakes and cupcakes. they would have told you, no, she's going into the medical field and she will be a successful doctor. But here I am, and I love my life, and I don't think I'd want to be a doctor, ever, now.
Mine looks terrible. Mine is perfect.
I am simply a simple country woman with no great mom skills or no great therapeutic skills, and if I can do it, anybody can do it. And if my husband can do it,
The difference that you can make in a person and their destiny for the rest of their life can be phenomenal.
we're both broken human beings with lots of flaws and lots of imperfections, and these kids don't care. They just want somebody to love them.
In today's modern world, is there such a thing as normal family life?
Who's to say what's normal?
Some families enjoy a dangerous life. Some crave a relaxing life, and some just like the wild life. In this series, we'll be visiting households across the globe to celebrate the wonderful, the inspirational, and the eccentric. Welcome to the world's most extraordinary families. Coming up, the animal-crazy British family who ended up running a zoo. The Texan family with a £2,000 house guest. But first, we're getting dolled up with a family who share their home with an unusual collection.
I think the amount of dolls I have is around probably 500, I would guess, but we never counted.
Staten Island, New York. Home to the Mansfield family and hundreds of dolls.
I think I was about 7 or 8, and I got this doll called Real Baby. And it was a baby doll that was supposed to look realistic. I mean, back then I guess it did, but now compared to these, it really didn't. And I remember getting this doll, and that was it. I was like taking care of this doll like it was a baby, you know? And I would like take it out to the supermarket, put it in the shopping cart. So I loved this doll. That was my baby.
Marilyn's partner Danny was introduced to her extended family 13 years ago, and they have lived together in the doll's house ever since.
When we first got together, Marilyn's collection was, there were a lot of dolls.
He came in my house and was like, "You have a lot of dolls," and I was like, "Yeah, welcome," you know? That was it. But I mean, everyone who knew me knew already that I had a thing with dolls. Like, I used to go to work and carry like a Chucky doll. Like, I was just always with the dolls, you know? So he was totally fine with it. He always thought it was cool.
Marilyn invited me to dinner. So I went over to eat dinner, and of course, you know, when you enter someone's home, the first thing they do is they give you a tour of the house. So, you know, we walk around the house. Here's the living room. Here's by the way, here's my room of collectibles. I like, you know, things that have lots of different characters, different, you know, variations of something. I always think that's kind of cool. So those collectibles really interested me. And I thought it was really cool that, you know, she's passionate about something.
And that's why I was like, you know what? I think this one's a keeper, because I probably wouldn't be with someone who didn't like the dolls. We're a package deal.
Marilyn's 2 children, Skylar and Damien, have lived in the doll's house since they were babies.
When people first walk in, we give them
I give them like a pre-warning. I'm like, if you're afraid of dolls, then you're in the wrong house. And if they're not, then they come in, and then I show them, and then they're like, oh my God, this is so cool. The dolls are definitely part of the family. They are, Ellie in particular, she's definitely a huge part of our family.
Ellie is a real doll, and I bought her from a private collection. I always wanted a real doll, and when I saw Lars and the Real Girl, the movie, I really, really wanted one. When we got her, she was wearing a robe, so we had to go buy her clothes. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And it was fun to pick out. We were like, oh, this will look cute, or this will look cute on her. They've been around so much, like, I don't think we'd know like what it's like to be without them. So they're definitely a big part of the family.
And for some of the dolls, the family is also a big part of them.
This is Davina. Now she's special because she actually has hair. I rooted her hair. This is my son Damien's hair. He had long hair and I cut his hair. So that's Damien's hair. People do use human hair, so it wasn't that, weird.
They are a very, very positive part of our family, though.
I couldn't really imagine life without the dolls. It would not feel the same without the dolls.
I don't think it would be home without them, and I think they all agree.
Coming up later, we'll see how Marilyn and her family have turned her cute and not so cute collectibles into a booming business. But first, we're off to the other side of the Atlantic to meet a household with some furry friends. 150 furry friends. The Mintram family from Lincolnshire in England are animal crazy.
Hello.
Dad Jamie, Mum Michelle, 12-year-old Josh, and 9-year-old Chloe opened their home to around 150 rescued creatures. Great and small. Before they accidentally became zookeepers, Jamie and Michelle worked together in a university science department.
We were very boring, very kind of 9 to 5, boring kind of job.
I had to wear a shirt and tie all the time, and it just didn't feel like me.
Whilst their work life was pretty conventional, in the family home things were a different story.
We started off just being a bit odd, having some odd animals, and the kind of word got round. And then we had people phone us up asking if we can take in animals, and kind of word spread. And then it just kind of developed from there, and it got to crunch point. We either couldn't take anything more on, or we had to do something quite drastic.
The Mintrams had taken so many animals into their home, the family decided to up sticks, leave their normal life behind, and turn a rundown farm into their very own rescue zoo.
We moved from what most people would have considered a normal ideal, the 3-bedroom detached house. We spent 2 years living on site in a caravan.
I don't miss that at all. But it's meant, we can have dinners every night. We never had that before.
Since moving to the site, the family have upgraded to a new purpose-built lodge with all the mod cons, but it's still not quite the conventional family home.
Although it might seem a bit bonkers going from a house to a kind of lodgy caravan thing, it's meant we've got more time together, and it's been a lot better, yeah.
I get to see my kids all the time. Some days, admittedly, that's not a blessing when they're falling out with each other, but I get to spend all my time with my family. I get to work and do what I'm passionate about, and I get my kids involved in it as well, so it's the best of both worlds, really.
I can see the animals whenever I want, and I have a whole play park to play in.
It makes me feel good about myself because we're helping animals. We treat them well, so they have a good life.
In October 2016, the Ark, Britain's only rescue zoo, opened its doors, and now the Mintrams and their furry friends welcome visitors all year round.
We're a rescue zoo, so it means we don't buy or breed animals or particularly trade them. Anything that comes here has got a forever home. We mainly take animals from members of the public that need rehoming. There you are, I can see your tail.
When I first went to school, lots of people didn't even believe me that I lived in a zoo. And then when we opened, they started to believe me because they heard about it.
I got a lot of support from my family. They've been amazing. The groundwork, helping us build the place, the financing and all that sort of thing, we wouldn't have been able to do it without their help. Most parents, what would they say? We want to open a zoo. Their response would be, don't be so silly.
Bucky, come here.
To us, it's normal, and to the kids, it's normal. I don't think they've really ever known anything any different.
Socky. Socky, come here. Socks. When he lived in my room, I used to wake up in the middle of the night smelling his poo.
Not very often.
Not very often, but sometimes. My favourite animals, Socks the fox, Rio the koala, Rascal the raccoon, and the skunks, because they used to always sleep under my bed.
My favourite animals are rabbits, guinea pigs and like farm animals because they're really fluffy and cute.
They might be fluffy and cute, but they're also hungry, and with all those mouths to feed, the grocery shop is a big deal. Every week the animals chomp their way through a van load of fruit and veg, and the Mintrams have to cater for all tastes.
It's a real mixture. A lot of the animals that you would have traditionally associate as being purely carnivores, things like meerkats, which traditionally mainly insects, will have a certain amount of fruit and vegetables in their diets. The iguanas, the tortoises, the porcupines, also our sort of more regular farm stock animals like the goats, the llamas, the alpacas, they'll all tuck into some of this as well. So it's a sort of a cross-section of the animals will benefit from this. Bandit loves lychees. Our Palm Civet goes absolutely mad for lychees. The wallabies love sweet potato and apple. The meerkats, being insectivores, they'll kind of begrudgingly eat their portion of fruit and veg later on in the day when there's nothing left to eat. They're about naughty school children. They'll eat the meat first. Kinkajou, he loves bananas. He'll pick those out first. Even Socks, the fox, who I think you met earlier on, he loves blueberries. Even though we traditionally associate them as being carnivores, he'll actually pick blueberries out of his bowl of meat first. He absolutely goes straight for blueberries.
And what's worse than a fussy eater?
Goats. They can actually be absolute horrors because although they're friendly, they're so boisterous and so in your face, they can be a real pain to deal with. Fred, unfortunately, although he's the biggest of the goats, he will get bullied. Chewy over there, the black and white pygmy, he's the boss of the herd, and unfortunately, he does throw his weight around.
Chewy headbutts him and headbutts all the others because he's mean and a big bully. He's a big bully to me too. He headbutts me.
Maybe it's got something to do with the fact that Fred hasn't got any horns. Maybe he's got an inferiority complex, I don't know. But we feed Fred separately every morning to make sure he gets plenty of food of his own. Oh, that's Fudge. He does that every single day. Sticks his head through. I don't know if he does it deliberately now because he likes the attention, and just waits there until someone comes along and releases him. The other 7, they all do it absolutely fine, but little Fudge always has to go and get his head stuck.
Coming up, it's training time for Josh and feeding time for a ravenous reptile. But now, we're off to Texas to meet a household with a larger-than-life family member.
Well, hello! What are you doing, baby? What are you doing, huh?
Meet Wild Thing. He's a 1,000-kilo bison, and he likes nothing more than wandering around the house.
Well, Wild Thing is a huge animal, but for me, he's still my little baby. You know, even though I know how big he is, but he's my baby. Don't come in.
Oh, goodness.
Ronnie and Sharon Bridges have shared their Texas home with Wild Thing for 13 years.
Approximately 6'2" tall. He weighs around 2,500 pounds, and his head weighs around 400. He is about 500 pounds bigger than any bison I've ever seen. And everybody that has bison come over to see Wild Thing, they can't believe how big he is. When Wild Thing was a calf, the first time we brought him in the house, it wasn't my idea, it was Sharon's idea to bring him in the house.
He goes, Sharon, we may not have a house left. And I said, yeah, but you only live one time. And he says, yeah, but we still may not have a house left.
He was probably about that long and about that tall. Probably didn't weigh much over 100 pounds.
Anyways, RC's kind of like me. He likes to be different. So we brought him in the house, and ever since then, we just opened up the door and he's in.
He was well behaved in the house. And then he didn't use the bathroom in the house, so we kind of let him just go in and out anytime he wanted to. And if he's in another room, I don't even worry about him. He's better behaved than my grandkids are. I need a wider door. He's definitely our biggest kid. He's not our oldest by any means, but he's very much a part of the family. Our real kids really do enjoy him, and they're very proud of him. But he's not safe for them to be around. If you had a normal buffalo in the house, you probably wouldn't even have a house left.
Although Wild Thing is well behaved inside, when he gets back into the garden, nature takes its course.
He's going to fertilize the lawn, RC.
Yeah, he does that. I clean up a lot of buffalo poop every day. We used to have 2 buffalo in the house, but the only problem is Bullet, she would go to the bathroom in the house. And if she pooped, it wasn't too bad, but if she peed, it went everywhere. She would horn the furniture more too.
Yeah.
Why he's so good in the house, I have no clue, but he tears up everything on outside of the house. He tears up my fences, my trucks.
Wild Thing is still a very wild animal. His kick can kill you. His horns could kill you. He don't bite, but you know, he could stomple you, he could horn you to death. So I do have to totally respect him.
He kicked me one time. We were skiing behind him on water skis on sand, and he actually left a dent in my leg. He was only a year old, but I have a dent in my leg now where he kicked me. If he kicked me now, I wouldn't probably live through it. Bison's disposition usually isn't real good. They have a high temper, and they like to knock stuff around. There aren't many people like me that work with a bison, but they're putting their life in a lot of risk doing it. He holds his temper back most of the time. But he's still, even for me, a dangerous animal to be around. I like the adrenaline rush. I always wanted to do it, you know. I'd still be riding bulls if I was a little bit younger, didn't have so many injuries. I left home when I was 14 years old to be a cowboy, and that's what I've done the rest of my life. I've worked on 9 different ranches, been the manager of 5, and I've broken trained horses most of my life. I was a rodeo clown. I was a bull rider, and I did saddle bronc and bareback, and did a little bit of everything. Wasn't great at anything, but did everything. I like the danger and the excitement of it. It's an adrenaline rush. I don't do drugs or drink and never have, and that took the place of, it gave me the high I wanted.
It's mealtime in the Lone Star State, and RC and Sharon are having a bison for lunch.
We're fixing to eat lunch with Wild Thing. He likes coming in the house and eat with us. He won't eat pizza though, but he likes his horse and mule feed real well. Well, we have to move furniture. He's like having a small car come through your house. But other than that, all you gotta do is open the door. He knows he's gonna get to go in the house, so he's excited about going in. Here he is. We don't have him in the house every day to eat, but occasionally, especially when he's asking to come in, we'll move the furniture around and let him in. We enjoy him coming to the dining table to eat with us. And I think he enjoys it more than eating in the barn. He's definitely part of the family.
You know, most kids are real messy at the table, but our kid, most time he's pretty good at the table.
He keeps his nose to his business.
Good-mannered bison.
He does kind of spread his food all over the table. I have to hold his bowl sometimes because he gets too carried away. Are we done?
We'll be catching up with Wild Thing later to find out how he keeps cool in the Texan heat. But next, we're back to New York, where the dolls are hitting the streets. In Staten Island, Marilyn Mansfield is off to a restaurant with her family. And I mean all her family.
I do take the more natural looking ones out. Come on, Skylar, Damien. No, I'm not bringing them. We've taken them out to eat, we've taken them shopping, we've taken them to the park, I've taken them to the aquarium, you know, just one in the carriage. And I always ask first, does anyone mind if I bring one? They're like, no. And they'll push the stroller, they'll, you know, my husband will carry the car seat, you know. It just makes me happy. I like to push the stroller, just take a fake baby out. I used to love when the kids were little in the stroller. So, I don't know, it's just something I really enjoy. And they don't mind it, so why not?
The reaction from people when we do take a doll out with us is always they're amazed at how realistic the doll looks. People are often confused when we tell them it's not a real baby, it's a doll.
Hello.
Hi.
You want to see my baby?
Yes, I do. Oh my God.
You want to hold him?
Sure. Oh, cute. Oh my God. I don't know. It was really cool. It felt so real. It felt like a real baby, yeah. I started rocking back and forth.
I thought it was real when you first woke up. Crazy.
I'd say 9 out of 10 people are just like in disbelief. They're like, no, you're kidding. You're playing with me, right?
Oh my. It even like moves as crazy.
You gotta hold. You ever held the baby?
Yeah.
Oh, look how cute.
That's crazy. Oh my God.
It always brings attention, and then it turns into a whole explanation.
It's a doll. Oh, it's a doll.
It's a doll, yeah.
That's what's so creepy about it. I don't think it looks like Mikey. So you did design these or?
Yeah, I paint them.
Can I touch?
Yeah.
Paint them. Oh, the hair's cute. That baby looked real. It looked like my friend's son. Cute.
People's reactions are mostly positive. Very rare, people will be like, that's really creepy because it looks so lifelike, but it's not.
I thought it was freaky and I didn't want to touch it.
You get like maybe 1 out of 10 that's like, oh, that's really creepy. Like, I don't know, it's just unsettling for some people, which is fine. I don't understand it personally, but I understand that they see it as unsettling because it looks so real and it's not real. Bye-bye, thank you so much. That's a typical reaction that we get when we take the dolls out. You know, people think it's a baby, they come over, say how cute the baby is, and then when I tell them it's a doll, it's a little confusion. And then when they finally get it, they're really impressed with how, you know, how lifelike they are and everything, especially when they hold the baby and it's weighted and all. It's very, very lifelike.
In 2012, Marilyn Mansfield turned from doll collector to doll maker and now takes orders for dolls from around the world. The baby business is booming.
Oh, wow. Since I started, it's, oh, geez. How many? Like, I don't know. Hundreds.
Yes.
Hundreds. Made hundreds, yeah.
Paying around $300 for a bespoke baby, her customers have a variety of reasons for wanting their own cuddly creation.
I've done dolls that look like people's children when they were babies. Or they just want a doll, they'll tell me like what they want. Like I'll show them different sculpts. They'll pick a face, and then they'll pick like the eye color, the hair color, skin tone, every little detail. These dolls look and feel so realistic that I believe it tricks the mind into thinking that you're holding a real baby. It makes me feel very calm, happy, and content. They have been used for therapy for multiple things. For calming Alzheimer's patients. I've known people with like trauma that it calms them down. Anxiety calms them down. You know, so, I mean, they do have therapeutic aspects to the dolls. They're not just dolls.
But Marilyn's most popular line of dolls are not your average cute reborn. There's something altogether more grisly. And we'll meet some of her freakish family later on. But for now, we're back at the Mintram family zoo, where there's a hungry mouth to feed. We're back in Lincolnshire, and it's feeding time at the zoo.
Right, let's go and feed Becky.
And that would be Becky. the Morlett's crocodile.
You can take hold of that.
All right. You fixed it.
Just another father-son activity, Mintram family style.
Right, let's get our fish ready. Today we've got some nice whole sardines. Grip. Right, bring the stick up, bring it over, down on the side. Let it go. Textbook. That's how you feed a crocodile. Well, Becky was being well looked after at a conservation centre in Kent, but they lost their reptile keeper, and so they didn't have anyone sort of qualified or experienced to work with her, so we were phoned up and we were asked if we could take her on instead to give her a permanent safe home with people that have worked with crocodilians before. This is an interesting little guy. We've got a spectacled caiman. Rudolph the spectacled caiman, he was brought illegally on the black market. He was being kept in a bathtub, in a flat in London, and been bought as a birthday present for the owner's 13-year-old son. Absolute madness. From what I gather, they were trying to feed him sausages, and obviously crocodiles aren't designed to eat sausages, so he was very malnourished and underweight, and we then offered to give him a permanent home, and he came up to us in Norfolk, and he's now settled in with us in a nice heated pond.
It does annoy me that people get animals. I mean, we're not against people keeping exotic animals as pets. I would never, you know, dictate to other people what they should and shouldn't do, but it's about doing your research and knowing what you're letting yourself in for.
Crocodilians, most venomous snakes, wild cats, they're what we call DWA animals, dangerous wild animals. There are certain types of animal that you're just not allowed to keep for obvious reasons.
Dangerous or not, they all need feeding. And luckily, intrepid budding zookeeper Josh is on hand to ensure Echo the Eurasian lynx is catered for.
Echo, come and get your chicky.
Come on, Echo.
Oh, hey, Echo.
Hold it right at the very end, just like we've shown you a dozen times before.
Hey, there you go.
You're going to save it for later.
On the other side of the park, Mum Michelle is preparing for some new arrivals.
We've got 5 female lemurs coming from a zoo in France. We've been anticipating them for a while, kind of getting ready, and we're all really, really excited.
We've never really dealt with primates before, so we've got a lot of backing from our partner sanctuary over in Europe, and we've got a lot of advice from expert primatologists on how to set up their environment for them. So this is going to be something very new for us that we're really excited to get into. Another new experience for the Ark.
We'll be seeing how the Mintrams get on with their furry visitors later. But now, we're heading back to the USA and the temperature is rising. Ronnie and Sharon Bridges are about to cool down a hot and bothered bison, Texas style.
Keep the hose straight because it leaks. And
Oh, am I going to get sprayed?
No, I probably will.
Does that feel good, Wild Thing? Look how dirty it is. Thanks.
I bathe them every day, but I don't use soap every day. I don't think it's good for his skin. But he'll ask me to give him a bath. I may be at the garden watering the plants, and he'll go stand by the water hose there, and I know that he's wanting a bath.
But this is the first time I've given Wild Thing a bath. Trying to get a lot of that water right there, but without getting directly in his face. You say you don't like that?
Oh, Sharon's doing real good.
I think Wild Thing definitely loves cool water.
In this heat, he'll take it all day long if you let him.
For R.C. and Sharon, life on the ranch with Wild Thing really is a lifelong dream.
When I was 5 years old, I knew I was going to be a cowboy. When Sharon was probably 5 years old, I think she told her mama she's going to live in a 2-story house and marry a cowboy. And both of our dreams came true.
But life as a rodeo rider is no picnic, and R.C. has the scars to prove it.
Right before I left home, a horse kicked my teeth out. The doctors tell me I've had nearly every bone in my body broke more than once. Of course, I've had my neck broke twice.
Every good cowboy knows when it's time to hang up his rodeo boots. When injuries took their toll, R.C. took up ranching buffalo. But in 2014, disaster struck.
I was swimming in the lake, and parasites got in my eye and ate my eye. And I had to put acid in it every hour, and it sounded like I was frying an egg.
He lost weight from it, but he never complained. We had to sell out our buffalo herd just so we could make ends meet.
We just didn't have any money to live on. We sold horses, cattle, buffalo, all but Wild Thing.
I thought I was going to lose my husband as well. We actually kept Wild Thing really for our older boy, Lloyd. But Wild Thing, as a calf, he was beating up Lloyd. And Lloyd says, I can't do it no more, Daddy.
He was beating both of us up every day, and anyway, I decided I wasn't going to quit working with him. And he was just tearing into me every single day, and I told my wife one day, I said, all my horse tricks and all my cow tricks aren't working. I said, in the morning, I'm going to get up. I'm going to act like nothing happens when he horns me and kicks me. And about 4 or 5 hours later, he was bored to death. He didn't care nothing about getting me anymore, but he wanted to get everybody else. I think I understand what buffalo are thinking and doing and know how to control them better than most other cowboys that work with buffalo.
Coming up, a big day out for Wild Thing. But first, back in New York, Marilyn Mansfield's blossoming baby business has developed into something more gruesome.
I said for Halloween I want to do a zombie, you know, that kind of thing. And people really like those, so I just kept doing them all year. And then it got into the sculpting. I started sculpting the fangs and teeth and horns and things like that. And it was like a dream come true. I'm like, I can't believe that, you know, I used to collect these dolls by other artists, and now I am creating them. This is a finished baby. This is our baby Judith. She comes to all the conventions with us. So this is how it will look, similar to when it's totally finished. So she has a little bite there. She has a little zombie bite. People go crazy for the zombie babies especially. You know, they really love these little monsters. And I'm happy to make them because, you know, I've been a lifelong horror fan. I always liked horror movies and things like that. I've always liked creepy and cute mixed together. That's always been my thing. Like a cute little baby, then you look close and has fangs. I think it's so cool. Like, I don't know. I've always loved it, you know? So, I mean, like I said, it's not everyone's cup of tea, but it's a lot of people's cup of tea.
To meet demand for the demonic dollies, the whole family get involved and travel far and wide to conventions across the country where Marilyn's creations fly off the shelves.
This one over here likes to sell. He will sell anything.
When I get started, I could sell anything.
So
Just put it in front of me and I'll sell it. She puts them on the table, someone's gonna want them, and I'm like, all right, what do I got, what do I got, what do I got, what do I got? You know, it's like an auction. I just start selling all the dolls, and she's actually gotten angry at me because I've sold dolls that she was attached to, and then afterwards when we're leaving, we're packing up, she says, oh, I can't believe we sold that one. And I'm like, it was for sale. He was there, you know, somebody wanted him, so what am I gonna do?
We view them as art forms. We obviously know that they are dolls. We're not oblivious to that fact or anything.
When the dolls first are being created, it's basically like a blank canvas. So the artist now brings that to life by adding their artistic talent to it, by their creativity, by their imagination.
You can take the same sculpt and parts and have 10 artists work on them, and they'll all look different. It's definitely an art form. Instead of a flat canvas, our canvas is the doll. I always say, you know, I'm living a dream come true over here. If you told me that I'd be, when I was little, one day you're gonna be grown up and you're gonna, you know, make dolls and play with dolls and people will want to record you doing it, I would have been like, yeah, right, you know? But it happened, and I'm totally glad and grateful. I mean, I love it, you know? Each layer of paint has to be baked on. So the doll parts go in an oven. You bake them for 8 minutes at 265. Now that sets the paint. If you don't do that, it will eventually rub off. So this makes it permanent.
Me and my family are very open-minded. We're not judgmental or anything, so if anything, it also taught us all lessons on how to appreciate another form of art.
If the people who think it's strange, that's fine. Who's to say what's normal, you know?
This is what makes us happy. So that's where we're gonna leave it. I'm not trying to force this onto anyone, nor would I want anyone to force their tastes upon me.
I don't like the word normal, because there's no set on what's normal, you know, to me anyway. That's how I feel. I've always been very open-minded, and I feel people should do what makes them happy. As long as it doesn't hurt anyone else, I don't see any harm in it. I'm not filling any void. I just enjoy pushing a stroller with the baby in it. I made a doll for a woman who lost a baby, and it helped her. I'm not saying it worked for everyone, but for this particular woman, it helped her, so.
Different tastes for different people, you know? We're not hurting anybody with our particular tastes. The person that might think this is weird might have their own particular taste that I won't agree with. And, you know, live and let live.
The dolls definitely bring us together as a family.
We're always kind of together because we're always working together.
It did start out as my thing, but it turned into a family thing. And that was the coolest thing about it because, you know, we do this all together.
I'm very proud of my wife, Marilyn. She's a very unique artist and great mother who's been able to turn a passion into a flourishing business.
We really enjoy this stuff. I just can't picture our lives without it.
It's Lemur Day at the Mintram family's Lincolnshire Zoo.
The lemurs will be living on our new bespoke habitat. It's called Lemur Lake. It's going to be a first for Lincolnshire. It's a lakeland habitat surrounded by water because lemurs are naturally adverse to swimming. So people will be able to see them without any barriers or bars in the way, and the lemurs will feel safe because they'll be far enough removed from the public on the safety of their own island. Lemur Lake kind of shows the ethos of the Ark. We are small little guys. We can't afford to throw hundreds of thousands of pounds at projects. So it's very much a family project, family and friends.
Sometimes, though, it is best just to splash out.
Unfortunately, we bought this boat and it was a bargain, but we've kind of seen why it's a bargain. That'll teach us to go cheap with the boat. We spent all the money on the enclosure, but yeah, the boat we got cheap second-hand, and that serves us right, really.
Yeah, they're going to be here in about 45 minutes, so you might want to turn around and come back.
With the lemurs on their way, it's all hands to the pumps to prepare their accommodation.
What? You said they were coming at 5 or 6.
It is 5 in 45 minutes. We lost track of time. Yeah, that'll do, won't it? We'll get them another one. We've had this built now for a few weeks, and we have some geese, some Canadian geese that live on the lake, and they got in one night and it pooed all over the floor.
The lemurs are now here, so I'm just going to open up the gate to let Matt in.
You didn't mess about, did you?
So the Mintram family's new arrivals are settling in nicely, and everyone has come to take a look. And I mean everyone.
They can jump very high though, because Mum, when you let them in, they literally just jump.
Yeah, straight across that back corner.
Yeah. They're so cute. I love them.
They've definitely grown since the picture was taken.
You reckon? Yeah, I don't think they have.
I think you'll find they're mostly fluff.
Yeah.
I really like them. They're setting really quickly.
I'm really happy and excited.
I think it's a big thing for the park. Hopefully it's going to bring in people. Being a rescue sanctuary, we rely on visitors to fund the rescue programme. So yeah, hopefully it should bring in even more people than we're already having.
So, from a 3-bedroomed house to a fully fledged zoo via a second-hand caravan, the Mintrams menagerie continues to thrive. But for Mum and Dad, it's Josh and Chloe that are the stars of the show.
Both me and Michelle are proud of our kids. They're really part of the driving force behind all of this, as well as wanting to help the animals out. We also wanted to give our kids a lifestyle that they're going to look back on and, touch wood, remember really fondly.
I asked Chloe about how she had to go to school to learn to get a good job, and she turned around and said to me, I'm not going to bother because I'm going to run the zoo, so that's fine. Josh, I think, will.
When I grow up, I kind of want to work here and help out with the animals because it's really fun.
It's important to rescue the animals so they don't get poorly and sick.
I wouldn't go back to work in a proper job, not in a million years.
Yeah, I don't know what I'll do if I do take it over, but I'll run it well.
Well, today we are going to take Wild Thing to one of his favorite spots to go swimming.
Sounds like a lovely day out, but when your passenger is a 2,000-pound bison, you can't take anything for granted. But at least today, he's riding in style.
This will be his first time in my new trailer and be the first time my new truck ever pulled him. I think he's going to enjoy it. I don't know how he's going to load in this trailer. He's used to his old trailer, but I think he'll do it fine. Yeah, he would have gone in the old trailer faster, but he was a little concerned about the new one. But he did good.
Ready, cowboy?
I'm ready. I've got to go in first to make sure that he's not going to get stuck in the mud. And then I got to also make sure all the snakes are out of the way. And I can go in there and splash around because I don't want him getting bit. The American bison is so important to the American Indians back in the 1800s and before. That's all they lived off of. They'd follow the herds and they wouldn't waste anything. They even use the hooves. They use the hides for clothing. They made teepees out of them, out of the hides. And of course, they ate the meat, and it's one of the best meats you can eat. Bison meat is a little bit sweeter than beef and has less cholesterol than fish. It's the only red meat you can eat all you want of. It's very healthy for you.
Ronnie Bridges is well aware of just how close these majestic creatures actually came to extinction in America.
At one time there was over 30 million, and they killed them down to where there was only 800. They were trying to starve the Indian out. And they were going to have the last buffalo hunt and kill the other 800, and Charles Goodnight stopped it. There's about 500,000 of them now, and they are coming back. We raised bison. We had 52 head at one time. We ate bison. We killed them and ate them, and I hope people will do that. They need to eat bison because if they don't eat them, there won't be any. That's the reason we have so many big herds of cattle. People eat cattle. Ranchers raise cattle. If nobody ate them, there wouldn't be an incentive to raise cattle. In the same way with the bison, we need people to eat the meat. That was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that, especially in the heat. And the biggest thing I know Wild Thing really enjoyed it. He said, I've had my fun, I'm ready to go home.
So, as the sun sets on the Texas plain, it's back to the ranch for Wild Thing.
He's laying around with Sharon, just hanging out. That's what he likes doing. He likes just hanging out with us.
And if there were any doubt what a huge part of the Bridges family this hairy heavyweight is...
When R.C. and I first got married, you know, of course we didn't have Wild Thing, but for our 5th wedding anniversary, Wild Thing was a year old. And R.C. just says, well, we need a best man. Let's do something a little different. So we had Wild Thing to become our best man, and R.C. took the rings, hooked them on his horns, and he slung the rings off. And so I guess, I don't know, maybe he didn't want us to get married, I don't know, maybe he was jealous. But Wild Thing has been our best man ever since then.
He's our baby, and we just think he's beautiful.
In today's modern world, is there such a thing as normal family life?
Who's to say what's normal?
Some families enjoy a dangerous life. Some crave a relaxing life. And some just like the wild life. In this series, we'll be visiting households across the globe to celebrate the wonderful, the inspirational, and the eccentric. Welcome to the world's most extraordinary families. In this episode, the remarkable family who live every day knowing that their bones could break as easily as glass.
I've had probably 150 to 200 broken bones throughout my lifetime.
The super strong Vegas family who are so competitive failure is not an option.
If I come to a competition, I'm going there to win.
But first, the family who are getting ready for the end of the world.
If you took your scariest experience and then multiply that times 100, it'd probably be like what that was.
Behind the doors of this nondescript apartment in New York lives a family of preppers.
A prepper is somebody who prepares for a disaster, right? So whether that's a small local disaster to the grand disaster, you're prepared for an emergency.
The Charles family, Dad Jason, Mum Angelique, and their children Maverick and Haley are all expert at prepping.
Prepping is going camping, but not really.
A prepper is like doing camping, but showing people how to do stuff. Teaching how to, like, you know, carve, start fires, and do other things like that.
You could show them what to pack or something that is compared to that.
I prepared for all of it, you know, with the exception of a meteor smashing into this planet. I mean, reasonable things like civil unrest, pandemics, tornadoes, tsunamis, earthquakes, you know, we're good to go.
But despite the threats that nature poses, Jason's biggest fear is man-made.
Financial collapse. You know, but then again, with everything going on with the volcanoes erupting left and right, who knows, you know? Could Yellowstone go? It could. It can go tomorrow, it can go 500 years from now. But I'm a little more concerned with the financial collapse.
New York City firefighter Jason first became interested in prepping in 2010, and soon his hobby began to take over his life, his cupboards and his hallways.
It was slow at first, then it just progressively went into bags and how to pack the bags, and he did a lot of research. So before you know, he was like in a group, you know, New Yorkers that prep also, and then somebody just reached out to him to do a show, and it just warped into like this whole lifestyle for him. And then we kind of got absorbed into it as well.
This is my food pouch with my food, utensils.
Jason now produces a successful YouTube channel, followed by thousands of subscribers where he shares his prepping expertise.
I thought it was kind of crazy. But after 9/11, I always felt like I had to be prepared for something.
The devastating attacks on the World Trade Center in Lower Manhattan also had a dramatic effect on Jason, who at the time was serving as an emergency medical technician, or EMT.
I became an EMT in 2000, September. And a year later, the 9/11 attacks happened. And I responded off duty. And, you know, everybody knows what happens after that. You became an EMT and you work for the city or a fireman or a cop, it was your job to respond.
On 9/11, I went into work, didn't know what was going on. I had left so late and I didn't see what was going on. So none of us were prepared. I just was so lucky that I had sneakers at my desk. So I would say, like, at least have something prepared at your job. Water, pills, any kind of medicine that you need, shoes, socks, anything that you think you would need to get out.
Yeah, when they collapsed, it was time to run. You know, and then when you ran, it was almost like a sense of, I'm dead, but gotta try anyway. If you took your scariest experience and then multiply that times 100, that'd probably be like what that was.
But it wasn't his exposure to the devastation of 9/11 that got Jason and his family prepping. Their interest started after Jason read a book about an attack on the USA that knocked out power and sent the country back to the Dark Ages.
They talked about this being a possible attack, how this can happen, and this could, you know, millions of people will die and all. And then with that, I closed the book and flipped out and started prepping. Just started buying things that I didn't need, spending money that I shouldn't spend. And nonetheless, now I'm here, you know, ready with all this gear and food, hoping it doesn't happen, you know.
But what sort of threats are the Charles family prepared for, and what exactly would make them leave the Big Apple and head for the hills?
So there's certain things you can see coming and you leave ahead of time, and there are other things that you wait it out and see where it goes. You have to use your judgment. Anything that has to do with bad air, like a nuclear attack, a blizzard, of course, hurricanes, you stay home. Civil unrest, people acting a fool outside, and you don't have any way to protect yourself, like no guns, stay indoors. If it's a situation where people are dying off because of a disease, a pandemic of some kind.
But whatever the emergency, Jason is ready for anything.
So this is my end of the world closet. It's a joke, just easy to identify, but this is where I keep all my preps. And other things, like Christmas decorations, things like that. But most of our supplies are in here. I would say probably around 6 months or so of food and water in here.
Water is super important. You could live 30 days or more without food, but without water, you can only live maybe 3 days.
As well as his cupboard, Jason also has a secret storage unit across town where he keeps even more supplies.
And then in the storage unit, we have another 6 months worth of food and water there. That's not including the food that we keep underneath the bed, which is probably another month or two. So in the house, we probably have running with between 7 to 8 months worth of food. Canned goods, MREs. MREs are meals ready to eat. They're those military pouches that food in.
Processed foods, say noodles, dehydrated foods. We even have dehydrated milk. We even bought a dehydrator to dehydrate our own fruits and vegetables.
Vacuum sealed strawberries and bananas. I did this 2 years ago, 3 years ago? No, 4 years ago. Pretty sure this is not great.
Unfortunately for Jason, his dehydrated delights don't go down that well with the kids.
I'd be like, I'm gonna throw up, so I'll take a pass.
Well, this, which I want to show you, this is what an MRE looks like. There's 2 meals in here. But then you have all the extra stuff, the toasted pastry, crackers, tortillas, dessert bars, beef jerky, hot sauce, hand cleaner, caffeinated gum, you know. This stuff, this First Strike stuff is expensive.
I'm a financial person. I work in finance, and for all the money that my husband has spent on prepping has kind of given me a headache.
I went bananas buying this stuff. Like the first 3 or 4 months, I must have spent $2-3 grand. easy. All right, so I definitely have probably touching 15 grand worth of stuff.
In the beginning, it was hard, but now I've just learned to be like, whatever, okay, fine. You know, because I know it's for the better interest of the entire family.
Later on, we'll be finding out how Jason and the kids get ready in case disaster strikes. But now, the remarkable family who refuse to let their disabilities stop them enjoying life to the full. Meet Lisa Ferrario and Chris Lamoureux, who live in Denver, Colorado. This couple live with a rare condition called osteogenesis imperfecta.
It's a rare brittle bone disorder. The collagen in our bone isn't like everybody else's, and we break a lot of bones.
I've probably broken 150 to 200 bones. I kind of lose count after a while. Probably lost count at about 100.
But what makes this couple even more remarkable was their decision to adopt a child with exactly the same condition.
Hi, my name is Anisi Lamoureux. I'm 15 years old, and I love my bird and art. I was born in Belize, and when I was 7 years old, I got adopted by my parents, Lisa and Chris Lamoureux.
We flew to Belize. We drove straight to the children's home to meet her, and she was sitting there. Her bag was sitting next to her. Her bags were packed. She was ready to go.
When I first met my parents, I was just waiting for them, kind of nervous. Then they came out, and I saw my mom, my grandma, my aunt, my dad, which was so cool, and I was like immediately ready to go home to my family.
She never looked back. She never once was scared. It was just like she knew that she was going to be part of our family, and it was meant to be, and she fit in from the very first second.
It was amazing.
It was important to us to adopt a child that had OI, just because we felt that we could give that child the best life. So we looked through an adoption agency, and finally they found Anisi, and she was in Belize, and we applied for the adoption. It took about 2.5 years.
We had a lot of conversations about it, but I mean, I think we knew we wanted to be parents, and we also knew that with our shared experience of growing up with OI, we wanted to be able to share that with somebody.
They know when I'm hurting, or how to deal with that and how to take care of that, and you know what hospitals to go to and what doctors to see. A normal family would not know anything about that. So that's pretty cool.
But as Lisa and Chris know all too well, their condition is not only debilitating, it can also be very painful.
I have had probably 150 to 200 broken bones throughout my lifetime. Chris the same, and probably Anisi is close to the same. It happens a lot when you're younger. I think as you get older and go through puberty and grow up a bit, the fractures happen less.
A lot of times when I broke stuff as a kid, it was because I was doing something stupid. Like I played wheelchair basketball, which is really not something someone with OI should do.
But as Anisi found out recently, you don't have to be playing sports for injuries to occur.
In school, I was reaching back for my folder, and my arm just popped, and I knew that it was going to be a break.
But she heals very quickly, and we all have a pretty high pain tolerance, so she's not down for long.
But living with osteogenesis imperfecta, or OI, means a regular home would make life very different for Lisa and her family, so they had theirs specially modified.
The counters are lower, as well as the stove. It's lower so I can reach the burners. And the cabinets below have been taken out so that I can easily put my chair under like this.
Although living with OI can be a challenge, Anisi doesn't let it stop her enjoying one of her favourite hobbies.
I started painting at the age of 3, and when I got adopted, my mom could tell that I really like art and stuff, and said, "Why don't you see if you want an art lesson?"
My favorite thing about painting is expressing my feelings through my artwork and making other people happy. That's a big part about why I like painting so much. Sometimes there will be like one stroke that really pops out like this stroke right here. And I just leave it be.
And Anisi has certainly put her talents to good use.
I auctioned off 2 paintings that sold for $100,000 for Children's Hospital.
The colors that she uses and the way she expresses herself is so vibrant and brings everything to life. Just kind of like her and her personality, which is awesome. And I'm happy that she uses these things for good, like she donated the money, raised money for Children's Hospital here in Colorado. And I think that's a really good way to use her talent.
And we'll be catching up with Lisa and her family later as they show off their talents to a global audience. But now we're off to Sin City and the family who have an extraordinary claim to fame. Fabulous Las Vegas is famous the world over for its nightlife, its casinos, and the golden mile that is the Vegas Strip. This Nevada city is also home to a rather unique family.
Hi, my name is Callie Best, and I have the strongest family in the world.
Callie and her family, Dad Nick, son Dylan, and daughter Jessica, or JJ, might not be as renowned as their hometown, but between them, they hold several world records and have been awarded hundreds of trophies and won competitions around the world. They're also really, really strong.
I've been the 2-time lightweight champion in the U.S. I've won Nevada's Strongest Woman. I've won an international contest up in Canada. If I come to a competition, I'm going there to win. More weight.
I won 6 straight California Best Lifter. I got into strongman in 2005. I have like 5-6 world records in strongman still. Broke 11 world records, but I still hold 6 of them.
My family is very extraordinary. Like, not a lot of people can do what we can do. I have all my friends, I'm the strongest.
We're definitely not like normal families. I've never really had a garage, like ever. Like my whole garage all the time has been a gym.
I met Callie on Valentine's Day, 2008.
I was sitting at a table with some of our strongman friends, and he got out of the elevator. And it was like something out of a movie where we looked at each other, we saw each other, our eyes locked.
And we couldn't take our eyes off one another. She's one of the most beautiful girls I've ever seen, and just was like, wow.
I guess you could say it was love at first sight. And of course I looked away and I said, hey, who is that guy getting out of the elevator? And our friend goes, oh, that's Nick Best. And the rest is history, I guess.
For this super strong family, it's no surprise that staying active is a really important part of their life.
We do have a thing at our household that is mandatory for the kids to compete in something.
Yeah, right, I know.
They need to be athletic, they need to develop the habits of training and eating so as they get older, they can still enjoy their life.
All kids should play sports, all kids should be active. The problem is that kids are sitting around and not doing enough. If kids were all playing sports, we would have a lot less problem with obesity in America.
But in this household, taking part is not the aim of the game.
Participation trophies, those don't mean anything. It's like...
Oh, I think they're garbage. When my children bring home participation medals, I will throw them away. Congratulations, you have a pulse? No. Teaching them how to work hard, have a good work ethic, be tough, and follow through is more important than congratulations, you showed up.
Everybody participates. The person in first place obviously worked a lot harder, and the person in last place didn't really try.
And when your daughter can do this, who are we to argue?
Jessica's really strong. She can flip a 200-pound tire. She can pick up like a 50-pound keg. She can deadlift her body weight and a little over.
But understandably, Nick and Callie have faced criticism for letting their kids lift weights at such a young age.
We've gotten criticism about the kids working out, and again, I just tell them, well, you don't know what you're talking about. And most of the doctors, in fact, really don't know what they're talking about.
People have opinions about everything. People say, oh, that kid's gonna be short. They would say that about Dylan all the time. Dylan is like towering over me. He's as tall as Nick.
I'm not having them do anything that's going to hurt them.
Scientific journals of medicine are doing studies about weight-bearing exercises for kids and how it does help to densen their bones. If your bones are dense, it doesn't mean they're not gonna grow. Your bones are gonna grow.
People just don't know or understand. And a lot of the old way of thinking that was completely incorrect is still being taught by a whole lot of people.
Whatever they are, they're always experts in their own heads about things.
And we'll be back with the best family later, as Nick lifts the lid on his pre-competition diet. But now we're heading back to the Big Apple and the family who are preparing for the worst case scenario. Today, our preppers, the Charles family, are practicing how to pack their emergency essentials, or as it's known, the bug-out bag.
Well, I'll show you what's inside the bug-out bag. This is my comprehensive medical kit. Band-Aids, gauze, Tylenol, wipes, and a tourniquet, again, just in case for serious bleeds. I also have a tweezer. I do carry a surgical sewing kit if you have an arterial bleed or something like that. It's not in this bag. Actually, I don't even know where the hell it is. Water jug, water canteen, emergency bar, okay, this tastes like crap. My first bug-out bag had a lot of gear in it, and there was a lot of crap I didn't have to carry. Now that the kids are older, they can carry their own stuff. The wife carries a tent, so my bag is minimal now.
But in the prepping world, practicing in your living room only gets you so far. Nothing beats heading out into the wild for a field test, which Jason shares on YouTube.
The next footage you're gonna see is me building or have my shelter built and hopefully my fire, not hopefully, and my fire going. This is my setup. I decided to build a firewall after all, as you can see there. And it's pretty warm in there.
But for Jason, a big part of prepping is sharing his bushcraft skills with his family, and today is no exception.
Today we're taking them to the park. We're gonna teach them how to get a fire started.
I never did this before ever, and I'm excited.
I'm not a drill instructor screaming at them 3 o'clock in the morning, get up, we gotta go, you know, banging pans, and I've seen that before, so we don't do that, but you try to keep it fun with them.
I love the fact that he's teaching the children so that they're ready, they know.
Hold it like that, angle it down. You get them to get used to the tool, scraping it to get a spark, then you get them used to the kind of tinder that it's gonna take to get the fire started. There you go.
There we go.
When they first started, they were 2 and 3. So now that they're 9 and 10, it's so much easier for them to even talk about and explain to other people what they have.
I was able to do a spark.
None of my friends could do it at all.
Knowledge is king. We've done certain things like bug-out weekends and stuff like that. We do have our bug-out bags ready to go. First aid kit. There you go.
If someone got hurt, basically, for example, my brother, I would take out my first aid kit and get to work.
Know that, you know, the wife would know what to grab and when to leave.
And then this is my toothbrush that I don't often use.
Everybody is paranoid until it happens. And then when it happens, the first steps would just be to watch and see. Don't panic, you know? You don't want to be the idiot hanging out in the woods and then nothing's going on, you know? If you interview other preppers, you'd be surprised at how some of them think. They think just because they have everything, they're good. It doesn't work that way. It's an ugly game, but it's years of practice. It's years of thinking about all the things that can happen and how you're gonna counteract each thing that might happen.
And we'll be catching up with the Charles family later as Dad serves up dinner with a difference. But now, back in Colorado, Lisa and her family are preparing for a meal of their own. In Denver, Chris and Lisa are a couple that go way back.
When Chris was born, his doctor actually put his parents in contact with my mom, because I'm a bit older than he is, and said, can you come to the hospital because we have this baby that was born that has a Y, and maybe show the parents and talk to them about how do you pick that child up, change that child's diapers, or carry that child. So she did that, and that's when we first met Chris and his family. And then we were friends for like 5 or so years, close friends, and then his family moved away.
The pair kept in touch for more than 20 years before finally meeting up and falling in love.
I was at Stanford for grad school, and I started coming out here every other week to visit her. And eventually she convinced me to move here. Shortly after that, I decided to buy an engagement ring.
Yeah, it's a pretty great love story. Mm-hmm.
But for Chris, Lisa wasn't the only love of his life.
I'm a space dork. I've been a Star Wars dork since I was like 6.
And this lifelong passion eventually led to a successful career with a certain little organisation called NASA.
I was a mechanical design engineer, and I'm very proud of the work I did there. I helped invent the weightlifting machine that the astronauts use on the International Space Station right now. It's been up there since 2008.
And Chris isn't the only genius in the household.
High five. All right. Oh my God, there's so many things I can talk about Bourbon. He, in the day, likes to sleep, okay? But then he can also use the toilet, like the normal toilet. He'll jump up on the toilet and poop or pee. He's just amazing. He has a huge character.
Hi, I know. I need to switch chairs with you, Bourbon. We rescued him from a place here in Denver as well, and he is fantastic. He's another companion for us. He's super smart. He does many things that cats don't usually do. He sits up on our chair, and he rides around the house with us, and he provides entertainment and comfort to us as well.
And there's another member of this extraordinary household that the family couldn't do without.
Okay, good job. Pearl is the very best dog ever. She is a golden doodle. She turned 5 this year. Pearl was born with a cleft palate, and so her breeder could not sell her like the other puppies. And the trainer who trained her saw something in Pearl that was perfect for our family, and she asked if we would be interested in having a service dog. And of course we were. And she was trained to do certain tasks for us that we may need, but she picks up everything that we drop. She is a constant companion for us. She sits with Anisi when she hurts herself and comforts her, which is so awesome. And she closes the refrigerator.
Close it. Yay, all right, good job.
She can throw things away. She gets a Kleenex.
Thank you, good job.
She does all sorts of tasks for us that, again, the average person might take for granted that you drop your keys. But for us, dropping our keys are like, oh.
You don't realize how often you drop stuff and you guys can just lean down and pick it up, no problem. And, that's really hard for us. So that's really nice to have Pearl to help.
Thank you. Go get Bourbon's dish. Good girl, thank you. Okay, let's head down here and give you some food.
But whilst Bourbon and Pearl have been catered for, cooking for the rest of the family is often a lot more involved.
I have a little cooking show on YouTube. It's called The Little Chef.
Hey everyone, I have Anisi here with me, and today we are going to make Giada's chicken marsala meatballs. Woo! Slippery little meatball, come back here.
I love cooking. It's something that I can do and I enjoy. I think it's kind of how I express love to my family, and it's just a cool time to spend together and to show people what we can do and what we can make, and then at the end we get to eat it all. So that's good too.
Today, the stars of the show are embracing their Italian heritage and taking Lisa's mum Diane, Auntie Dot and their friend Stacey to stock up on ingredients for tonight's cooking show.
So right now we are all headed to Valenti's Deli. Good Italian stuff. Aunt Dot loves these, so for sure we're gonna buy these for dessert. And now we're going to go look at the meat counter and buy some mortadella and some meats. We're gonna get some mild Italian sausage, one of these rolls just like that for tonight.
In tonight's edition of The Little Chef, Lisa's dish of Italian meatballs in sauce has been handed down from her Auntie Dot. But is Dot willing to share her secret recipe with us?
Oh no, that's...
No, then I'd have to kill you.
I think there's a misconception that when you see just an average friend hanging around with some people that maybe have some physical challenges, that it's a helping situation, when that's not the case.
Good to see you. Come to see us again soon. Bye, Dot. Take care. Everybody that comes through the front door is unique, and I think we could all take a cue from their family. They're just amazing people.
We'll be catching up with Lisa and her family shortly as the curtain rises on the latest instalment of The Little Chef. But first, we're heading back to Vegas with the Best family. And what better way to spend an afternoon in the Nevada sun than dragging a truck down a road? Back in Vegas, and strongman Nick Best has a serious rival to contend with.
Dylan and I are starting to get a lot more competitive together because he's finally starting to catch up, and there's a few things he can beat me in now. I used to run faster than him, and I used to tease him. I'm like, bud, you can't run faster than a 300-pound old man. You need to run faster. You can run faster than me now.
But he doesn't have abs like these, you know? Look, you don't have them like me. He's not built like me. I would say me and my dad sometimes have little moments of like masculinity. Like sometimes I try to mess with him, you know, because you always gotta mess with your dad. I come up and like start punching him or start, you know, trying to wrestle him. Then he'll just flip me, and then I'm on the floor the next moment. I was just like, oh, yep, now I know why you're the boss and I'm not, so.
And it's not just Dylan and his dad who are competitive.
We are all very competitive. You know, races to the mailbox, the last one there.
JJ won. She cheated, but she won.
Well, you cheated too.
She cheated first.
No.
It's very competitive, I would say. My stick just like happened to hit your stick.
My stick just happened to hit your ball.
No, that's not how that works. All right, we're gonna do a pull-up contest. We're competitive in like everything we do. Me and JJ are always competing. Who can hold on longer?
Yeah.
All right.
It's fun to have those competitive things with your kids.
Why did I do this? You were a gymnast, this isn't fair.
They're like any brother and sister. I mean, they fight a little bit.
No, I didn't.
Yes, it did. I won.
Like we have this little handshake that we do, and we always try to be the fastest person to do it.
We monkey around, and we just have a good time at it. But it does push us to work hard.
I mean, he really does a good job being a big brother to her. He really does.
Dylan, he is like the brother of my dreams. He's my best friend. I hang out with him every day, and he's just really awesome.
Oh, I don't think I can do anymore. I think I'm falling, JJ.
Yeah, that was pretty dramatic. We always challenge each other to like do races or something with our lacrosse sticks or something fun.
You cheated twice, I only cheated once.
But Dylan knows all too well if he wants to compete with his world record-holding dad, he's got to pull his weight.
Looks like Dylan's doing a truck pull.
We're gonna be pulling a 5,000-pound truck today.
And today, the family's friends and neighbours have turned up to offer their support.
I love it when the kids come over and they train and do stuff instead of playing video games or watching TV. It's gonna be fun to watch. We might have to attach the tire though to the back just to make it harder for them.
Oh, Dad, no, we're not adding a tire.
It'll probably turn it into a 20,000+ pound vehicle, the equivalent to.
Normally, you have momentum and it doesn't really slow you down, but this is gonna be dragging, which is gonna make it a lot harder.
If I make it easier, it won't get any better.
I'm ready, I'm ready.
Ready, go! Come on, keep moving. Faster, 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 come on. There, drive. You're in the zone, drive. You're over there, come on, faster. Drive your feet. Go. Yeah!
My legs are a little on fire right now.
Very proud.
And after that tiring experience, it's Nick's turn to do some working out. But right now, he's working out how to fuel his 308-pound body in time for this weekend's annual Mr. Olympia event.
If I sit around and don't do anything all day, I'm still burning 3,500 calories without fail.
And believe it or not, Nick's actually trying to put on a few pounds.
With Nick having to try to make weight this upcoming weekend for his competition, we need to make sure that his diet is right on point.
2 cups of ground beef, carrots. A lot of this stuff you prepare ahead of time so it doesn't take that long. There's about 2 cups of white rice. And the reason why you eat this is it's very easily digested. Organic chicken stock. 2 minutes. And when that's done, we're good to eat.
We'll be back in Vegas later as the day of the big competition dawns for Nick. But now, in New York, it's dinner time in the Charles household.
Okay, so this is an MRE, meals ready to eat. Military foods, and under the right conditions, they can last for years. All right, so this is an old one. This was probably on the box.
My favorite food is spaghetti.
Mine's is steak.
This one's called marinara sauce and meatballs. It probably tastes like crap. This is sort of like a backup, right? You fall back on these, you don't eat them right away. All right, so whatever canned goods we have in the closet, we'll go through that first. Once we hit these, we know we have probably 6 months. This actually expired 3 years ago, according to the code. Maybe longer than that, actually. 8 years ago.
Expired 8 years ago.
Yeah. This should be fun. If the kids start puking, then it's bad.
If it's expired, I'm not eating. I don't want to throw up.
This stuff lasts forever, guys. It doesn't get old.
Wait, so can I eat it? If it's good, I'm gonna eat the whole thing.
The good thing about boiling it in a pan, you can keep using the water. So in a disaster situation, you don't want to keep draining the water out. You let this water be the boiled water. And of course, if it evaporates a little bit, you add a little more to it, but you don't dump the whole thing out every time you're done with it.
So as the tension mounts, what's the verdict on the 8-year-old meatballs?
Oh, that's good.
This is the only one I would tolerate.
I think a beef stew might be good too.
We have to be still.
Oh my god.
You want?
I want again.
Here you go. Kids need to adapt to what they could eat, so they know that the possibility is there. That doesn't mean that it's going to happen next year or 20 years from now. So it's good that they open themselves up to trying it out, and that they like, because we got a ton of that crap. So.
For Jason, it's not the threat of nuclear war, civil unrest, or a tsunami that keeps him going, though. It's spending time with and protecting his loved ones.
Family is very important. I think with society today, we've gotten away from that. I think people are selfish. When you start being selfish and only thinking about yourselves and all the trips you can go on and all the places you can see, guess what? I do that with my kids. We take them on trips, we go places. Family is important. Family is what's going to carry you through any disaster, you know. But selfishness, it's not.
Lisa and her family are setting the scene for the latest installment of their online culinary adventure, The Little Chef.
Macy's gonna set the camera up and the lights.
I record and I'll say like, okay, stop, now we're gonna do this and that. No, a little bit higher.
Okay.
No, other side.
Okay.
This gives me a time to boss mom. No,
That would put this
you have
in
to
here.
put it other way, Mom.
Rebecca.
You have to turn it.
Alrighty.
What's that?
This is the basil and the garlic.
Okay. I'm ready.
Hey everyone, welcome to The Little Chef. Today I am so pleased that I have my Aunt Dot here all the way from Florida. It's awesome to show people that someone with a disability can cook fantastic things, just like anybody, and maybe inspire some people that don't think they can because of a physical limitation to go ahead and cook. Okay, you're gonna tell me when?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it when yet?
Now it's when.
Now it's when. Okay. All right, so now we're going to have to put our hands in here.
Okay, you gonna do it or you want me to do it?
I'm gonna do it with you.
Okay.
Okay? You took off all your jewelry.
Yes.
What if I can't get it off?
Then we'll just cut your finger.
Okay. It came off.
Okay.
All right. All right, I'm headed over to the stove. We'll be right back. It's awesome to cook and have the 3 generations because it's so important that, you know, Aunt Dot passes things on to me. And same with my mom, she passes things on. I love that tradition of passing everything on to an EC. And someday she'll pass it on.
Oh, this looks lovely. Look. They're beautiful.
All right, thanks, guys. I hope you enjoy the meatballs. Bye. Done. Woo!
Woo! Very good.
That's a wrap.
Way to go.
With another episode safely in the can, the family can finally relax and enjoy the fruits of their labours.
There's so many things in our daily existence that are difficult or kind of bring us down. So it's important to celebrate the little things.
It's lovely to have everybody together having a meal, and especially since you guys cooked it.
We definitely have a unique family with Lisa, Chris, and Anisi, and all in wheelchairs, and they always seem to be able to do anything they want to do.
There's nothing Lisa can't do. I'm so proud of her.
I want to make a little toast to Aunt Dot being here, and to doing the cooking show, and to family. And I love you guys all. Cheers. Cheers. Our family is the most important thing. They bring me joy, and knowing that they are happy is extremely important to me.
My mom is amazing. She supports me in everything I do, and my dad is the same.
I'm very proud of Anisi. I see a lot of me in her, like the resilience and determination. I know that she can do anything she puts her mind to.
They are the best parents that I could hope for.
Back in Vegas, strongman Nick Best's competition is fast approaching.
We're packing for the Olympia powerlifting meet. It's going to happen Saturday.
He has been preparing to break world records in the squat, in the deadlift, and in the bench press.
I try to lay everything out like on a table or something so I can see it and just mentally check through everything in my head. This is like a ritual you go through every time you go to make sure you have everything that you need to compete with.
The next few days before the show, I let him be. I don't pick fights. I don't cause drama. I just keep everything as happy and organized as I can.
It does, to a certain degree, help me get in the zone a bit. I also relax because it's something else I don't have to worry about. I know where everything is. I know it's good to go. I just got to grab the bag and head out the door.
Competition day has finally arrived.
Morning. Just trying to finish breakfast. Trying.
The morning of a competition, Nick wakes up, he has his normal breakfast, he does his normal routine.
Before a competition, now I just mainly feel anxious. You know, as it's coming up, it's like, come on, get here. I've been preparing this for like 8 weeks. It's like, come on, it's time to roll.
The run up to my dad competing gets really hectic in the house. There's a lot of stuff going on, a lot of people coming in and out, people coming over.
Yeah, I got a bunch of friends that came in. There's gonna be a whole bunch more at the contest. Are you guys coming or what? Yeah, they're going. They're to come watch and hang out and support and keep my head straight. The expo's a lot of fun. It's a great atmosphere. People, you get to see the people that like follow you on all your social media and stuff like that, because they'll just walk right up to you and ask you for a picture. And it's great meeting those people and hearing from a lot of them how you inspire them to live their lives better, and that's kind of cool. It's neat to see you're having a positive influence on people. The moment before I go on stage, it's just like anticipation. It's like, here we go, gonna go up, and this is what I work hard for. This is what I put on all the work in. Now I'm just gonna go show what I did. And it's fun and exciting. That alone just hits you with an adrenaline rush. It's like, so you go up there and you just feed off of it. You learn to use it to your advantage. I got no point to prove to anybody anymore, but there's goals that I have. So now I'm just proving stuff to me I got to answer to myself now.
Oh, I broke the world record, so I'm pretty good.
My hopes are to break the world record in the squat and break the world record in the deadlift. If I have a good day, I wouldn't mind breaking the total world record as well. So today I ended up breaking 3 records, so it was pretty good. I'm a little tired, but not bad. I actually feel pretty good. I'm in shape, so something like this shouldn't knock you out or have you wasted. I'll retire when I'm not having fun. When it ceases to be fun and it becomes a job and it's just like going through a grind and I just don't enjoy it anymore, that's when I'm gonna stop.
But for Nick, none of this would be possible without his nearest and dearest.
I loved having Dylan and JJ here. It was really important to me. When I travel internationally and I compete in strongman, they don't get to go to a lot of this stuff because it's so far away. So it meant a lot to have them there today.
The kids really enjoy watching him because they can see that the hard work does yield good results.
Going to the competitions and being there when they win, and you know, running out there when he's crying and like giving him a hug and he's all sweaty and just smells bad. It's just, I'll never forget those moments.
Yeah, it's really fun, but it's kind of scary because you don't know if they're gonna get hurt or not.
I'm aware of where Callie is, and I look to see where the kids are before I go.
They're the loudest ones out there, well, besides me.
My family inspires me. They're 100% of my inspiration.
We all sacrifice for each other's success because when it's competition time, it's competition time.
Oh, you're getting so big. I love them to death, and just having them there, having them go through it, having them yell, having them come up to me afterwards, JJ with her hugs, it just means the world to me. I would not be doing this without them.
In today's modern world, is there such a thing as normal family life?
Who's to say what's normal?
Some families enjoy a dangerous life. Some crave a relaxing life, and some just like the wild life. In this series, we'll be visiting households across the globe to celebrate the wonderful, the inspirational, and the eccentric. Welcome to the world's most extraordinary families. Coming up, we go monkey mad with the Janota family.
It's like raising a 2-year-old child on steroids.
And we meet the Gifford family, who left it all behind to sail around the world.
Our family went from the American dream lifestyle to living below the federal poverty line.
But first, we're off to Canada to meet a family of bodybuilders who flex their huge muscles on stage together. Meet the Annetts, a muscular family of bodybuilders who live and train together in Sarnia, Canada. They are one of the only families to compete on the world stage and have won hundreds of competitions between them.
I think my family is unique in more ways than one. There's not many families that actively compete the way we do. The moment I walk on stage, I'm at home. I love it.
You see families that are into fitness, but we've taken it almost to the next level. Like my mom's a pro now, and like my sisters, they both look, amazing on stage. You feel very proud of them, and my dad's 50 now, and he looks just amazing.
Today, the family are taking a trip to their second home, the gym. And along for the ride is newest member of the family, grandson Hunter.
I love coming to the gym with our kids.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a good time today. This is our hot spot. We come here and get down. We don't play here. We spend usually maybe 4 to 5 hours a day when I'm prepping. But on a regular day or off season, maybe a couple hours a day I'll spend at the gym.
We'll do some upper body movements, be chest, maybe arms, a little bit of shoulders. We'll try and key on 1 or 2 different muscles today. This is easy.
Belt concerts. It's good.
Are you ready to work
Yeah,
out?
that's right, too. It's the Hall of Fame for the fitness athletes, different sports. That's my picture. I was probably about 35 there. And of course, we got the family picture here as well.
Alongside his day job as a fraud investigator, 50-year-old dad Dean has been competing in bodybuilding shows for the last 18 years.
Always grew up looking at like bodybuilding magazines when I was a kid. And I said, you know what, one day maybe I can do that. And then once our kids got to a certain age, they were more independent. That's when I got involved. I was probably 32 years old when I started, so I started late. My category is the lightweight division. I'm not a real big guy, but when I get on stage, I look big and I'm very conditioned. And that's where I really win and I beat the big guys. Even at my age, I beat the young guys still. Once you stand on that stage and people are looking at you, you become a different person. You wouldn't be like that in your real life. But that is the bug.
There to witness Dean catch the bodybuilding bug was wife-to-be Bridget.
Just seeing him on stage like that, I was like, oh wow, he's like Superman. I was his little fan. I was oohing and ahhing around, and I was like, I want to do it next.
As well as being a safety technician and emergency first responder at a gas refinery, 47-year-old mum Bridget began a grueling routine in preparation to compete on the world stage.
I'll get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, go to the gym, I'll do an hour of cardio, I'll do my hour morning workout, I'll go to work 12 hours, I'll come home, I'll go back to the gym, I'll do an hour workout, and then I'll do another hour cardio. So I was getting like 3-4 hours of sleep.
And for the couple's 4 children, growing up with bodybuilding parents was a unique experience.
You know, you stand up in class and they'd be like, tell us something cool about yourself. And I'd be like, so my parents are bodybuilders. What do your parents do? You know? Growing up with bodybuilders as parents was intimidating for my friends. Like, boys did not come over.
It was definitely different. Like, I remember all my friends coming over and they're like, oh my God, your parents are so jacked. Like how do they do it?
I feel really blessed to have my family. And I think to have a family that's all into bodybuilding is unique and awesome.
I have one son that does not like bodybuilding. He has a 2nd-degree black belt. He's an amazing man.
Growing up with a bodybuilder family, it's fun in its own way though. When I was little, my dad would just work out while my mom was taking care of her.
He's tried it. He's just not into it. He's his own man.
It wasn't long before 29-year-old Barsha and 25-year-old son Tyler followed in their parents' footsteps.
That was a good set. Yeah.
At the age of 18, Barsha competed in her first bodybuilding show.
Ended up placing 5th. I was absolutely mortified, like crushed, because in your head, when you go into a show, like watching my parents compete, they always get number 1.
My sister did her first show and I saw her do it and I was like, wow, like this is amazing. Like this is totally for me.
And cheerleading coach, 27-year-old daughter Dina, was the last family member to join the team.
I loved how their bodies were changing and like the dedication they had. So that's how I kind of got into it. And they're like, we need a bikini girl. So I was like, well, okay.
Training as a family can get competitive, especially as mum Bridget and daughter Barsha compete against one another in the women's physique category.
We are very competitive. My daughter and I do not play. We go hard in the gym and we go hard on stage. When I'm on the stage, I'm not her mother. She comes at me like a stranger and I come at her the same way.
I love my mom, please don't get me wrong, but I like to win. Training with her is great, it's great motivation, I love doing it, but when I know I can do something a little bit better than her, I mean, I feel great.
We're very competitive, and the boys, I believe they're the same way. They won't admit it, but they really are. You'll see.
Who's the strongest family member? We all have our strengths. I'm probably strongest.
Who's the strongest in the family? I would have to say probably me.
Coming up, find out what it takes to feed this family of bodybuilders and how they struggle to fight off temptation.
I am starving, so going into this grocery store is going to be a struggle.
But now we meet Mum and Dad, Pinky and Roly Janota, and their 5 monkey children. In the rural town of Beecher, Illinois, animal-mad Pinky and Roly Janota live on their farm, Settler's Pond,
Well, I chat more to the animals than to humans.
and are parents to 5 primate monkeys.
It's like raising a 2-year-old child on steroids. It's a constant thing. They demand your attention. You can't just leave them in a cage. And they want to bottle. They want to be held and cuddled and loved, and it's a very demanding job.
The monkeys joined the family after they were mistreated and abandoned by their previous owners.
The names of my monkeys are Maybelline, Max Factor, L'Oreal, Avon, and Mary Kay. Maybelline is the matriarch. She's the head of them. Mary Kay is the baby. She's a year old. L'Oreal is my thumbsucker.
You guys are funny. Come here. Come here.
Avon is a bonnet monkey. Max was the sickest one that came in. He's 3 years old.
Max is laid back. He's a sweetheart.
Yeah, buddy. What you doing?
He just is probably one of our calmer primates.
And just like human babies, the monkeys can make quite a mess.
When they were little, they weren't too bad, but when they get big, like they'll jump over you or run around you, or you try to get them and they're gone. They're fast. They're a lot of fun, though.
Pretty cool, huh, Max?
I make them breakfast, they get a bath, and then they play. And then we get cuddle time. You know, my husband will rock them as well. And then they do go to sleep, and they'll sleep all night through. They're very good.
But now the monkeys have been forced to move out of the family home after Pinky developed cancer.
I am spending less time with them now because I am ill, and I spend 18 hours on a machine that infuses nutrients and vitamins and minerals that my body's lacking. I miss them terribly. They miss me too. I can't bring them in as often as I would like to, so it's very hard to spend this kind of time with them. It's like having a bond that you have with your own children. It's a beautiful feeling to see them get excited when they see you walk in the room, and unconditional love, and no matter what happens, they're there to love you and you to love them.
But the family haven't always had a home full of exotic animals.
I used to own a restaurant, and I did catering. And my husband, he used to raise beef and dairy. It just wasn't very fulfilling. It wasn't what we wanted. You're awake. Oh my goodness.
The couple sold their restaurant and dairy farm to start a new life at Settler's Pond, an animal sanctuary for abandoned and neglected creatures. Their family was about to get much bigger.
Settler's Pond went from just a couple animals and a few dogs to about 300 animals on a 60-acre facility. You ready for your breakfast? Through the years, they just keep coming in. We try not to turn anything away.
Some people think we're nuts, but it's been kind of rewarding. It's kind of neat because you get an animal that you don't see any way it's going to live, but it makes it.
Settler's Pond has become a charity rescue shelter with around 10 volunteers helping to care for the animals.
We got a horse that came in that had foundered, and we called the vet, and we have chose to give him a chance at life instead of euthanizing him. So we're going to clean his hoof and repack it and give him his meds. Come here, General.
Come on, bud.
Now, the family might be hairy, but they're also hungry, and feeding them doesn't come cheap.
It's very expensive. The specialty feeds that you need, the medical needs. My husband used to work 50, 60, 70 hours extra a week overtime. Then we reach out to the public, which, you know, the public only does what they can do too. There are times that an animal needs a surgery and the mortgage needs to be paid. Sometimes the mortgage goes on the back burner for a little bit, and we just beg, borrow, and steal, I guess.
This is Bubba, the camel. He's a couple years old. He came in from Oklahoma. He's just like a dog. When I ride my moped up and back and forth to the barn, he chases up and down like a dog would chase you down the driveway. Bubba! Bubba!
Bubba the camel was rescued from a zoo in Missouri after it was forced to close down.
He was orphaned, and we went down and picked him up in the ambulance.
Next, the Janota family is about to get even larger. They must be quackers.
That happens almost every day here.
Now, we are setting sail with the Giffords to experience family life on the ocean.
Our family has literally sailed around the world in a circumnavigation.
Meet the Gifford family. In 2008, Mum Bian, Dad Jamie and their 3 children embarked on a dream voyage around the globe and have been living on water ever since.
Welcome aboard. This is exciting for me to get to share what it's like to live on a boat that's a home. When we started, our kids were 4, 6, and 9 years old. And at that time, none of them were swimmers, which made us probably the worst parents in the world, taking our kids to live on a boat when they couldn't swim. Choosing to live adventurously on a boat and explore the world with my family was the best decision I ever made.
10 years on, the family have visited 48 countries, travelling over 58,000 miles.
We've been to Indonesia, Malaysia, South Africa, Lesotho, Grenada, Mexico, all over. I mean, too many to count, really.
Our family has literally sailed around the world in a circumnavigation, and that took us actually 8 years from the time that we went out. And when I think about how many places that actually is, it's overwhelming.
A lot of what we do are just things that we would never have been able to do if we stayed on land.
The Giffords are part of a growing but little-known community of people called cruisers, couples and families who spend months, even years, at sea, living on a boat.
It's exciting because we're going to head out and do something new, and it's relaxing because moving on the water is just, it's peaceful, it's wonderful.
But before the family cast off, their lives were very different back on land. As well as being a sailor, Dad Jamie owned a business distributing medical equipment, and Mum Bian worked in digital marketing.
Our life before we went cruising was one of comfort, of financial security. We had a large house in a high-demand area in one of the best school districts in our home state.
Despite their comforts on land, the family had a longing for a life on the ocean.
I had grown up with this idea that I wanted to live on a boat someday and go sailing around the world, and we thought it would be when we were retired or later on in life, but we had a really challenging year.
We had the birth of our second child, and 2 weeks later, my mother-in-law passed away. It was very unexpected.
It made us reevaluate or look at what's important in life, and we weren't spending time with each other, with our children as much as we wanted, so we sat down and we came up with this idea and we made a plan.
After planning for the next 6 years and saving almost $90,000 US, Mum and Dad quit their jobs, rented out the family home in Seattle, Washington, took the children out of school and loaded their lives onto a 47-foot sailboat they christened Totem.
Our parents had told us for a long time that we could be doing this big trip, and when it finally happened, we were all really excited.
When we took off as a family, we left San Francisco and sailed under the Golden Gate Bridge. It was really like we were starting again for the first time and doing it together. And it was exhilarating. And I'll never forget it, that moment that we were starting this grand adventure as a family.
For the next 10 years, the family lived and travelled the globe together and had to adjust to living in close quarters.
When we moved aboard, we were downsizing from a 5-bedroom house. And I don't even remember how many bathrooms it had. It had a bunch. And living on the boat, it's highly compact. We're fitting so much living into that space. We're fitting in both all 3 of the bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, a living space and a kitchen, which we call the galley, and our navigation station. All of this life into not even half of the size of our garage in the house that we gave up when we went cruising.
Day-to-day life, it's different every day. We show up into a new place. It can be figuring out provisions and groceries or fuel if we need fuel. It can be more of a field trip thing where we're in a cool place and we want to go out and see historical exhibits or museums or safaris, so we're going out looking for animals.
After 10 years living on a boat, the family have returned home. They have been docked for the last 2 months and are having to get used to being back on dry land. Their home, the good ship Totem, needs some maintenance.
This summer, we're taking time away from the boat to come back to the Pacific Northwest because it had to come out for a bit of work. So it's in a shipyard getting some necessary work done.
We've now been back for a couple of months, and it's changed a lot. The U.S. is a very different place. We feel in many ways like we're visitors in our home country.
The family's 3 children have spent the majority of their lives living at sea, so returning to land has been quite an adjustment.
The places we've been able to go, and the people we've been able to meet, and the things we've been able to see, the animals, the culture, especially coming back to the U.S. and getting into land life, going through the motions, and not having any of that anymore, I really started to feel it like, wow, I had it good.
Coming up, the family meet a new pair of cruisers and warn them of the potential dangers of the high seas.
We were in Australia before we left, and every Aussie we spoke to was basically like, "You're gonna die."
But now back in Canada with the Annett family, who are trying their best not to cheat on their diets.
I am probably the worst one. I'm the closet eater of the family.
I've heard of coming out the closet, but not for ice cream. Come on.
After an intense workout, Dad Dean and daughter Barsha are heading to the supermarket to buy supplies for the household.
Chicken? Chicken, probably steak, spinach.
It's not for everybody. And to be successful, you have to love it.
But shopping for this bodybuilding family can be expensive.
It costs about $300
A week.
a week, yeah.
Yeah, so it's expensive. There's no extras in there, no sweets, no sugars, nothing like that. It's only what's on the diet, and that goes back to the house. I am starving. So going into this grocery store is going to be a struggle. Survival is at its peak today, let me tell you.
To be a bodybuilder, you must follow a strict diet, and in the lead up to a show, the family follow a process called prepping, a 4-month period of intense workout and dieting.
Once you switch from the off-season diet to the on-season diet to get ready for stage, it's 5 square meals a day, and you eat all meats in those meals. You have to decrease the carbs in order to lose some body weight and body fat.
We got broccoli, got some green beans. You can see we got skinless, boneless chicken breasts.
Temptation is huge, especially when you're dieting.
The Lucky Charms caught my eye.
The chips.
The chips
for me, I love chips.
My husband, I have caught him outside, hiding by the freezer on his hands and knees, and it's like, what are you doing? Nothing. What are you doing? He's crouched down. What? Nothing. And he turns around, and there's brown stuff around his mouth. Well, what is that around your mouth, dear? I don't know. Well, that's not right. Chocolate ice cream. Okay, I couldn't help myself.
It's like Mission Impossible. You go in with a goal, you go in, you get out, you slap hands because you did it successfully, and you keep it moving.
I am probably the worst one. I'm the closet eater of the family.
I've heard of coming out the closet, but not for ice cream. Come on. we're humans, so sometimes we do cheat on our diet. Not so much me, because I'm perfect, right?
When you catch someone cheating, like on their diet, if they're getting ready for a show, it's a lot of guilt trip. It's oh, so is your competitor doing that? I hope second tastes good. Things like that. So, you know, you don't want to mess up because you don't want to hear that. All right, Big Mo. All right, good job, Dad.
I'm not old. I'm not that old. We all hold each other accountable, trust me. My son, Tyler, he is the worst one. If he sees somebody eating something they shouldn't, he'll say, you aren't supposed to be eating that. That's not in your diet. And he will hold you accountable.
I'm making sure everything's running smoothly.
Oh my God, I missed it. Who wants fish?
It's so hard to stick to it, and the last month was horrible. The scraps are bad.
Look, mine.
I have two, don't touch mine.
You don't have mine.
I have two.
Leading up to a contest, bodybuilders must live on controlled portion sizes. The men of the family eat around 2,000 calories and the women around 1,500 calories per day.
People think bodybuilders are stupid. No. They're very intelligent. You have to know how to manipulate your body to do what it does. Anybody that can stand on that stage, they have to have discipline.
If the family stay disciplined and stick to their diets all week, they reward themselves with a junk-infused cheat meal.
Those are good days.
It's a free-for-all, I'm telling you right now.
Burgers, fries, chips.
I love sugar. Chocolate cake.
Burger and fries, and then I'll have some ice cream.
Mac and cheese balls wrapped in bacon and deep frying it twice.
I would eat that double.
We'll go to sushi, we'll go to get a burger.
And when you finish, you feel sick.
Well, you're not supposed to go crazy, but we're crazy people. So.
Oh, they always crazy. Everybody in the house is crazy.
Coming up, Mum Bridget hits the stage and Dad Dean shows off his tanning skills.
This is the best part of it.
But now, Pinky and Roly Janota show us some of the more exotic members of their family.
We got a call. They wanted to rescue 2 tigers.
The Janota's beloved monkey family are now unable to live in the household as Pinky continues her treatment for cancer.
You want your cookie? I miss him terribly, because each one of these is like my heart and my soul.
They might be her favourites, but the monkeys aren't the only creatures to steal Pinky's heart. The couple care for over 300 other rescued animals, and today they welcome another addition to the family.
Hi there. Yeah.
We came to relinquish our ducks. We couldn't keep them at home anymore, so wanted to make sure there was a safe place for them. Got them for Easter, it was about $2, $3 a piece. Didn't expect them to grow that big, that fast.
This family have fallen foul of rules restricting the ownership of poultry as pets, so they're left with no choice but to bring them to Settlers Pond.
That happens almost every day here. They get a pet and they can't take care of it anymore, or it grows, or it's something that they can't have. They choose to bring it to a non-kill shelter, and this is what we do.
I like it here. It's, I think they're gonna be much happier. They have more room to roam. There's other animals here. It seems like a very friendly place. So, absolutely. I've never seen anything like this before around here. It's different.
I feel pretty comfortable with leaving him here. This seems like a nice place.
I'll send you guys some video, okay?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you guys. Have a safe trip.
Ducks and monkeys aren't the only creatures to find their way to Settlers Pond. The family answer distress calls to rescue all types of animals in their very own ambulances.
We've probably had about 40, 50 calls. You know, mostly dogs and cats and fallow deer and a camel.
Our area is very large. It's from Minnesota to New York to Florida to Oklahoma. And we travel that with 2 ambulances. And we get calls from people or businesses or organizations that need help.
The team travel far and wide, and it can sometimes put them in dangerous situations.
We got a call. They wanted to rescue 2 tigers. I guess they might have been somebody's pets, and then they started getting too rough to handle. So the crew went out, and they didn't know really what to do because it was kind of scary. It was new for everybody. And actually, we were able to get them in there pretty good with nobody getting hurt. Got them rescued. You get in a situation where you just kind of got to figure out what's the best way where nobody gets hurt. Keep it safe.
Settlers Pond is one of only 5 rescue centres in the country licensed to care for domestic livestock and exotic animals, so the family's farm has become a home to creatures great and small.
These are my African crested porcupines. They came in from a zoo in Branson, Missouri. So we picked them up in the ambulance, and she was pregnant. And they don't shoot their quills at you. They stomp their feet, they growl, and if you haven't moved by that time, I don't know what to tell you.
In some states in the US, you are not required to hold a licence to have an exotic animal as a pet. So you never know what could be in your neighbour's backyard.
People go online and they can buy any kind of animal they want. And then after the person that's purchased the animal realizes that they can't care for it or it's not what they expected, then what do you do with it? And then it comes into our facility. I don't care if somebody wants a pet. They want to be noticed. Go paint your hair blue.
Coming up, the family have a monkey birthday party and the whole town is invited.
It's your birthday, right?
But now back on board with the Gifford family. And what would you do if you were in the middle of the ocean and your boat caught on fire?
We needed to find the source of the fire. It's somewhere on Totem.
To fund their seafaring adventures, Dad Jamie spends some of his time as a sailmaker, and Mum Bian has written a book about cruiser life. However, the family claim they are far from rich and live on just $30,000 a year.
Our life, it is pretty great in a lot of ways, but it isn't always like sitting in a hammock swinging, drinking a Mai Tai with an umbrella in it. It's actually really difficult. The hardest parts of it for me are actually the stress of financial uncertainty. It's taken me a really long time to get comfortable with. Our family went from having 2 really high incomes and sort of the American dream lifestyle in a very upscale part of the country to living below the federal poverty line. And becoming comfortable with that is an ongoing process.
One of the other ways they make some cash is meeting and coaching other families looking to start their own cruising adventure. Today, they are meeting Janae and John.
Ahoy! Come on board. Great to see you guys.
It's really great to have a chance to sit down with you guys. I think it would really help Jamie and I just to hear you talk about where you are and thinking about going cruising and what your major concerns are.
You know, we've looked at Mexico. We're worried a little bit. You know, you hear a lot of reports about, is it safe? Is it safe for cruisers? We have dogs. I'm not sure how that all works.
These are all things we can work through.
Although their life may look like a vacation, it hasn't all been plain sailing for the Giffords, and they have found themselves in some rough waters.
I could smell smoke. I could smell burning plastic, that acrid smell. It's probably 2 o'clock in the morning when this happens too. We needed to find the source of the fire. It's somewhere on Totem, and fiberglass boats like this are basically big plastic tubs in the water. You may only have a couple of minutes until you have to be off the boat for your own safety. And Jamie and I are frantically looking all over the boat. We finally honed in on it, and it probably only took 30 seconds, but that 30 seconds felt like forever. It was that water coming into the boat because of the really rough seas that we were having. A little had gotten into the charge controller for our solar panel, and it had caused a short. So Niall is up, and he's preparing for the possibility of abandoning ship. Fortunately, the fuse did what the fuse is supposed to do. Power was cut off to the charge controller, and there was no further risk of fire. This is actually one of the scariest things that we've experienced in a decade on the boat.
Apart from some of the dangers of cruiser life, the couple are also keen to know what it's like living as a married couple on board.
So you guys are together a lot. I mean, you're on the boat all the time. Are there times you wish you could, get away? Does it work all the time? How does that work?
Yes, there are times that we each need to get away.
Yeah, our boat is a very small house, but we have a big backyard. It's easy to jump in the dinghy and go for a walk on the beach or go for a swim or...
We're with each other 24/7, and before we went cruising, we had busy jobs, and we might see each other for a few hours a day, and that would be it. And it's a big difference when you're with each other all the time.
For a typical teenager, no escape from mum and dad may feel like a big challenge.
This is the kids' end, forward of the mast. Our son has a cabin on the port side with 2 bunk beds, and then the girls share a cabin all the way at the front. And they like to say there's an invisible line down the middle, but really they're basically sharing the equivalent of a big double bed.
For the Gifford kids, living on the boat is all they have ever known.
The only things I ever really remember are just little fragments of what it was like before we were living on the boat and what had happened after.
It's everything I've known since I was little, so it's kind of hard to have a perspective of what it would be like from a land life.
I guess if you're living in a house and you think of living on a cramped little boat, it must be no privacy whatsoever, But you get used to it, and it's really not nearly as bad as I think you'd imagine.
We don't fight that much. Part of it is because we're in such close quarters that I get along very well with my siblings, usually. Most of the time.
Growing up at sea means the children are boat schooled, with mum and dad providing all their education whilst on board.
Here in the main cabin is really where most living takes place. Around the table, we have our meals. Homework happens here, having shelves on the outboard side where we can keep all of the kids' books, their school books. But overwhelmingly, yeah, this is our living space.
I've been homeschooled and I went to a normal school when we were in Australia, so I think I have both perspectives, and I enjoy both.
I think we have more experiences, for the ones my age at least, but not with others, like with normal school life. I think I'm a little different with that. I need to adjust. And I'm not as good at socializing as my siblings.
When I look at the incredible wealth of opportunities that we've had as a family and that we have been able to give our children, it's been worth every compromise that we made along the way.
Next, the family share their final meal on board before saying bon voyage to son Niall as he heads off to college.
I'll turn my back and I'll be like...
But now it's time for a special birthday party at the farm with the Janota family.
Happy birthday to you.
Back at Settlers Pond, today the Janota family are having a community open day at the farm to celebrate their monkeys' birthdays.
Can we sing to them?
Happy birthday, dear monkeys.
Happy birthday, dear May, Max, Maybelline, Ava. Day to you. Here. It warms my heart to see all these people come out here and show their support for us. I mean, when you get blue and down and you start doubting things, this makes it all worthwhile. It really does. Normally they don't get things like this, but
it's your birthday, right?
And today here to lend a helping hand is Monkey Grandma and Pinky's mum, Janet.
It's wonderful, and with all the volunteers and such, you just can't believe so many people want to help with something like this.
To keep Settlers Pond running, the family rely on donations from the public, and today the community has been very generous.
Well, you've been collecting for a while, haven't you?
Dog food, cat food, we use a lot of paper towels, and bleach is our major sanitizer.
And then we do, my husband does probably 40 loads of dog bedding a week. Pretty much everybody donates anything. We can use everything.
And that support is just what the family and the animals need as Pinky continues to battle with her illness. But there are no signs of her slowing down just yet.
Like I said, it's tough on her, and she wasn't as tough as she is. I think it would be a lot harder
How can you slow down? These guys got to eat every day.
That's what amazes me about her. She just, no matter what comes on, she kind of figures it out and makes it work.
Even now that she's ill, you know, she keeps going. You can see her walking around with her IV pole, so I couldn't be more proud or pleased with the woman she's grown up to be.
It's just beautiful. I really was surprised, and I was shocked at the amount of people that showed up. To tell you the truth, I was really down and depressed. So I wasn't. This was beautiful.
It turned out wonderful, honey. You did a good job.
Don't you start crying. Yeah, there's Maymay. I couldn't imagine my life without doing all of this.
I don't think I'd know how to survive. I wouldn't know.
Back on board with the Gifford family, and they are preparing to say their final goodbyes to eldest son Niall, as tomorrow he is heading off to Lewis and Clark College in Portland. Tonight, they have decided to have one last family dinner on board together.
What we eat just depends on where we are and what we can get and what's fresh. And, you know, today there was some good peppers and an onion and some sausages, and there's dinner.
In Thailand, we learned to cook lab, and in South Africa, we learned to cook baboti. In the Maldives, it was mashuni. And so these are now part of our family's cooking culture, and it's fun to have those.
South Africa has a lot of really good meats. Thailand has really good street food.
I think we eat exceptionally well. It may not be fancy, but it's healthy and it's interesting and it's good.
And with the Good Ship Totem losing its first crew member in over a decade, the family are getting ready to say goodbye to Niall as he begins his new life on dry land.
Now, how's it going to feel when you're at school and we're off in the tropics?
I'll turn my back and I'll be like, yes.
No, you won't.
I won't.
There'll be a feeling of loss in a way, but I also feel like it's another adventure, it's another journey for him, and I'm super excited for him.
I know it's not going to be easy for him, but he's a strong kid and he's a smart kid. I just hope it's not too difficult to find his way. When we put the boat back in the water and we sail away and you're not there, I need tissues. That's going to be hard. We're going to miss you.
Yeah.
Come here.
I'm glad to be moving on to the next stage of life, you know, college and new things to learn, but I am going to miss the boat. I'm going to miss traveling a lot.
And with Niall flying the nest, living on land is not on the horizon for the rest of the family just yet.
For our family, it's getting Totem back into shape, make her ready to go again, and we'll do that in Mexico, which is a terrific cruising area, and then hoping to get back out into the Pacific.
There's so many parts of the world that we can't wait to see that we haven't yet. This way of life has changed me profoundly. It's enabled me to find happiness I can't imagine having found otherwise. It's brought me closer to my family.
For the Annetts, a life competing all over the world has taught the family some valuable lessons, and one bump in the road could be the difference between first place or going home empty-handed, as Mum Bridget found out in a competition in Florida back in July 2018.
There was an accident on the highway. We got to the airport a minute late, missed our flight, bought new tickets, came back, flew out again the next day, and I gained 10 pounds in the air.
When you fly, you hold water. Water is not good because you can't see any of the muscle when you're holding water.
Before a big show, these buff competitors attempt to drain out water from their bodies in the hope of looking as shredded as possible.
Sometimes the air pressure causes your body to swell. And with me, it's just one of those things that happens.
To get rid of the extra carry-on weight Bridget gained on the flight, she was forced to do rigorous cardio, take saunas whilst reducing her water intake.
That night, I had to get the water out, so I sucked it all out. So I lost like 12 pounds overnight, and my body just shut down.
You look your best, but you feel the worst. She was upset. She said, I don't think I can do the show. I said, we're here, you're gonna have to make do.
But despite the treacherous journey, Bridget made it to the competition.
This is the best part of it.
Samantha, Samika Cash. She's gonna be amazing.
The day of show, I looked after all their paint, I looked after all their shine, and I made sure they were, their color and skin looked perfect, and it was.
You gotta trust her. We've been married 28 years, right? So he knows what he's doing. The ladies come to him.
In a last-ditch effort to get water out of her body, Bridget eats salt before she goes on stage. But is that healthy?
Is it healthy? No. Is it a temporary unhealthy thing to do? Yes, it is. Is it gonna affect my health down the road? No.
Bridget's months of hard work have been leading up to this moment, but will it be enough to impress the judges?
Unfortunately, I had some setbacks, some major cramping that day, so I couldn't pose like I should.
She was too conditioned. She was too hard. That is not what they were looking for. They were looking for a more softer, gentle physique.
I wound up coming in 7th place, but hey, this is the Pro League, so wherever you come in, just to get on the stage, you're doing it.
For Bridget and Dean, competitions are about more than just flexing their muscles and are a chance to spend some quality time together as a family.
Seeing my family compete on stage, it's really indescribable because I know what it's like to put all that effort and time into stepping on stage. Whether you win or lose, it's a success.
My biggest achievement at this point is having my family compete with me. When you stand on stage with your whole family, there is nothing in the world that feels like that. And they're carrying on your legacy, the same love you have for the sport.
And with their first grandchild, Hunter, already initiated into the squad, could we see 3 generations of bodybuilders together on one stage?
When I have kids, are they going to be bodybuilders? Yes, because their genetics really good.
In today's modern world, is there such a thing as normal family life?
Who's to say what's normal?
Some families enjoy a dangerous life. Some crave a relaxing life. And some just like the wild life. In this series, we'll be visiting households across the globe to celebrate the wonderful, the inspirational, and the eccentric. Welcome to the world's most extraordinary families. In this episode, we meet an extraordinary couple who opened their home to half a dozen children, all with one thing in common.
Having the blindness factor, we can all relate in that way.
In Denver, Colorado, we meet the Williams family, who built a multi-million-dollar family business selling a controversial product.
Once in every 50 years, a new market like this opens up, and we actually were there day one.
But first, a family who have given up the high life and all the mod cons to squeeze into a 250-square-foot school bus.
Welcome to our home.
Everybody want a tea?
Extra sugar. Extra sugar, please. Extra sugar.
In 2017, Gabriel and Debbie Mays, along with their 4 children, Grayson, Darby, Deacon and Jovi, left their old lives behind in Chicago and hit the open road to live life in a school bus.
living area. We like to have one big open area between the kitchen and the living room. These couches actually pull out too into a bed if we were going to have guests. This is the bathroom. And this is the only closet that we had built in. This is the kids' bedroom.
No, Deacon's bed.
That's Deacon's bed. Or this is our master bedroom.
But before their new life on four wheels, the family were living the American dream.
House that we had before was 5,000 square feet. It was a lot of space. Everyone had their own rooms. Our bedroom was just huge.
I was a successful man in business, ran a really good agency, and big house, fancy cars.
To fund their luxury lifestyle, Dad Gabriel worked long hours running an online consulting business, which meant Mum Debbie took care of the four kids and their huge home.
Was my whole world was just staying home with them and taking care of that big house. It takes a lot to clean and cook and do all the laundry.
Despite their comfortable lifestyle, the couple felt distant and disconnected from one another.
Debbie, my wife, is the most amazing woman on the planet. And what's crazy is you would think that most women would want what she had prior. But in that type of setting, Debbie was miserable.
We were just unhappy with where life was at. We were really disconnected as a family and as a couple.
Debbie realised she needed to bring the family closer together, much closer together.
I saw a young couple that had converted a school bus. They had done a documentary about the conversion process, and I was like, yeah, heck yeah, we could do this.
Debbie's audacious plan was to move out of the family home and onto a school bus in search of a fresh start.
The idea of living on a school bus was terrifying to me. I just never imagined that we'd be the kind of people living in this type of situation.
But despite Gabriel's reservations, he was on board.
Okay, whatever it takes. I want to be closer with my wife, and I want to be closer with my kids. So what does that look like? And for us as a family, it looked like moving onto a school bus.
With Gabriel convinced, he planned to run his business whilst on the road and rent the family home. The next people to tell were the kids.
I was like, well, we're moving onto a bus? That's crazy. My parents told me that I'm going to move onto a bus, and I just started crying because I didn't want to leave. They made it the best decision ever.
With the kids ready for adventure, the couple bought a Thomas-built, high-top school bus they christened Schoolie.
It's 10 years old, it's not super rusty. When it was bought, it was yellow. It looked like a normal school bus.
The family hired a company to convert the bus into a livable space, fit for their family.
We're dropping our bus off and we'll see it when it's almost complete.
To pay for their new bus, they rented the family home and used the money made from Gabriel's business.
The cost from beginning to end was $38,000. So yes, it was expensive, but what a crazy, awesome investment it's been.
And for Mum Debbie, she had the opportunity to design the perfect mobile family home.
I designed everything on the school bus, so I spent probably a good few weeks planning out every single inch of the space. When you only have 250 square feet, literally every inch is important. When we designed the bus, we had to make sure every part of it had good storage because we knew that that was going to be a huge difficulty. So we have storage under each of the couches. This side is for the kids' toys, and then this side is for the guitar and some books that are mine. Above the TV we have storage, and just every available area pretty much I put storage in there. I found the process really fun because we'd always had houses in America just have the same kind of style, and I have more of a Scandinavian modern style. It's like designing a dream house, but just on a very small scale.
With the bus complete, the family were ready to begin their big adventure. However, they were about to hit a bump in the road.
When we actually pulled away, there was quite a few things that weren't done right. The roof leaked really, really bad. It was raining on the inside. That was a really big struggle in the beginning because it was one of those moments when it's like, okay, was this the right choice?
So this is the road life. It's one thing after another.
Yeah.
After a few last-minute repairs, the family could finally drive away.
It was extraordinary. My family is about to embark on something that we have no idea what's 10 miles, 100 miles from us, but I know that we're gonna grow closer as a result of it. And so that day will go down as one of the best days of our lives.
Coming up, we find out how the stylish Mays family found fame and fortune whilst living on the road.
Our account grew by over 10,000 new followers.
But now we meet the Bartlings, a big family with a big heart. In Oakton, Virginia, kind-hearted couple Joe and Karen Bartling have adopted 6 children from around the world who are all blind.
I'm David. I am the second oldest of the 6 blind kids. My siblings are pretty cool. We have Hannah, who's the oldest.
I am considered the talkative one and the funny one too. Dun, 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 dun. Bethany's the quiet one. Abby is a funny one.
Rip it.
Jessie doesn't say much. She's a girl of few words.
We have Obed, and he's like the lovable one. He's like the really crazy man. Really fun to hang out with and play around.
How you doing out here, Obed? Mr. Cutie.
The blindness actually pulls them together, and their common experience of being, visually impaired is, is something that they all have.
Sugar baby mine.
Although their 2 biological sons, Joel and Brian, have now moved out of the family home, day-to-day life for the Bartling family is done with military precision and an early start.
She's all buttoned up. Right, Jess?
Day-to-day is quite a chaotic experience at our house. The alarm goes off very, very early, and Karen gets up usually around 4:45 or 5 o'clock in the morning to get kids ready to go to school.
Not only are the 6 children blind, but daughter Jessie has autism, and son Obed lives with cerebral palsy.
Jessie and Obed will be like this forever. That's just the way it is. And so in some ways it's like Groundhog Day.
This story of this extraordinary family began in 1986, and it was love at first sight.
Joe and I met on a blind date. My friend told me, well, you're not gonna like this guy, he's not your type. And she kind of, painted such a horrible picture that when I saw him, oh, he's not that bad.
We met and were married within about 4 months.
The couple had always dreamt of having a large family. Husband Joe had a son Brian from a previous marriage, but after the birth of their second son Joel, they received some sad news.
We were diagnosed with unexplained secondary infertility, which comes as a result after you've already, given birth to a child, and then you just can't seem to conceive or have another child. We started down the path of adoption.
We never tried to adopt 6 blind children. Karen and I just wanted a large family. It just so happened that the first child that we were presented with happened to be blind.
At the time, Mum Karen owned a gift shop, and she overheard one of her customers talking about a family in South Korea who were fostering daughter Hannah. She was looking for a permanent home.
First, when we found out that she was blind, it took us, probably 2 weeks trying to kind of wrap our brains around, could we care for her? Could we take care of her needs, meet her needs?
In 1996, the couple officially adopted 2-year-old Hannah, who was born with no eyes and a love of singing.
Mrs. O'Grady, she was a lady. She had a daughter whom I adore. I started singing when I was at our children's choir at our church. It makes me feel happy. It's just very enjoyable.
Next to join the Bartling brood was another little girl from South Korea, Jessie.
One day I was putting Hannah on the school bus, and I went to the mail, and there was a publication that we get for parents and teachers of blind children. And I started leafing through it, and there was Jessie's picture right in the middle of this publication saying parents needed for blind girl from Korea. And in that moment, I just knew that she was our daughter.
In South Korea, where Jessie was born, the authorities decided because of her disabilities she was unadoptable. But just before she was to be put into an institution, the Bartling family swooped in to bring her home.
Jessie has severe autism and severe intellectual disabilities in addition to the fact that she is blind. But she's mobile, she's fun, she's musical, she brings so much life and happiness and joy to our family. We just can't even imagine life without Jessie.
Good job. Go! And we play. Oh, Jessie's playing.
With 2 new daughters in the family, just 1 year later the couple received a phone call from a social worker about another young girl in India who was found abandoned in a bin.
Good job, Babs. Here, give me 5. Yeah. Abby, when she first arrived, she got off that plane and came toward us in her buggy, and we had no idea. We thought, oh my goodness, she's got a lot going on.
Abby suffers from Fraser syndrome, a rare disorder that affects development. The condition can also result in the eyes being completely covered by skin.
Abby she's quite a miracle. She is rare amongst the rare in this genetic disorder that she has, in that she is so healthy and she is doing, so well. And so we just couldn't be happier.
Next, find out how this household doubled in size and the family head out to try a fun new activity together.
Trampoline!
Now we're headed to the Williams household, who are not your average gardeners. Back in 2009, brothers Andy and Pete Williams started a new family business, selling marijuana.
We produce about 8,000 pounds of marijuana a year, and we sell it all out of our own dispensaries in one form or another.
It's all done legally, of course, as the family live in Denver, Colorado, where since 2014, anybody over the age of 21 or over 18 with a doctor's recommendation can buy marijuana from a licensed dispensary.
Buds and younger, earlier, and ready to harvest.
The family business sells medical and recreational cannabis and employs 10 members of the Williams extended family.
I am the CEO and co-founder. My brother Peter is also co-founder.
Pot grown efficiently makes me excited. These fall-like colors are beautiful. The industry is so exciting.
My sister Sally came on a little bit after we started, but she is running the brick and mortar.
I am the co-owner and president.
My mother
I thought you could only smoke marijuana, but it's not true.
Works for us as the chief money counter. And then we have a lot of nieces and nephews and sons and daughters working with us as well.
Working for my family business is all I could really hope for. It's like a dream come true for me, really.
It's nice working with family. We all have our different quirks.
It's great. It's, the people making the rules are my family.
They are now one of the top 5 largest marijuana businesses in the US, turning over around $40 million a year, and it all grew out of Pete's basement.
I just had an interest in the industry because I was a pot smoker and I paid for the product all the time, so why not grow it yourself?
My brother had been growing and supplying people with doctor recommendations their cannabis for a number of years under the Constitution. And I had the business savvy. He had the green thumb side of it. And I went to him and I said, let's join up and go big in this industry.
We are the luckiest family in the world.
To get that initial investment, the brothers didn't head to the bank. In 2009, they decided to approach their mother. But first, they had a confession to make.
I had been growing in the basement for probably 6 months or so. She had been over at my house a couple times, and my house smelled like pot.
I never even knew what marijuana smelled like.
Her first reaction was a little bit of shock that Peter did marijuana and grew marijuana. That was a surprise to her, but she's very open to these things and got past it quickly.
Peter and Andy came to me and asked for investment. And then they said it was marijuana. And so I was completely baffled.
It was actually Michelle's husband Lou who decided to invest $150,000 in the brothers' venture.
Shortly after I got married to Michelle, Andy and Peter approached me with a business proposition. And I discovered in a very short time that it was marijuana, cannabis related. And I made them quite a nice loan of money.
With their stepdad's initial seed money, the brothers moved out of Pete's basement and into a warehouse. Over the next 5 years, the business grew. But in 2013, they hit a financial crisis.
I really needed somebody to take over the finances. Things were just in a wreck, and the business was at risk because of it.
And so the brothers called upon their big sister to get them out of trouble.
It turned out to be sort of, yeah, I'll help you out for a couple months part-time. I'm now running the company and full-time and working 80 hours a week, so.
Sally is really taking over the leadership of the family. She's becoming the family matriarch, and Sally is the boss.
A lot of people ask me what it's like working with my family, and they can't imagine working with their family, and I can't imagine not working with my family.
Next, we find out what happened when Mum Michelle tried cannabis for the first time.
In the middle of the night, I ended up crawling to the bathroom.
Now, back with the Mays family and living in such close quarters is getting to Dad Gabriel.
There are moments whenever living on this thing sucks.
Back with the Mays family, who after being unhappy living in a huge suburban house in Chicago, packed their lives into a stylish converted school bus and hit the road in search of a new start.
Since we lived on the bus, we have been all over. And I guess the easiest way to say is we started in Tennessee and we ended up on the West Coast in California.
We travel a lot of places, but my favorite place so far was Sacramento. The views of the mountain and going to K1 and just spending time as a family, and then we can just explore the world and just go wherever we want.
To fund their new bus life, Dad Gabriel continued to run his website design business whilst on the road.
Basically, the way that we make money is from behind the computer. And we've been doing that for the past couple of years, and that not only gives us the opportunity to live like this, but it also gives us to work from anywhere we want.
The reason that we can do what we do is because we run our own companies and we're able to be flexible and be online, and that was kind of our dream, was to be able to start a business that could travel with us wherever we go. And so we work really hard, but we love it because we can set our own schedule and we can travel and we don't have to worry about that.
We run our businesses together, and she may be cleaning right now, but I even do some of the cleaning as well and cooking. And it's just is awesome teamwork, you know, hence the Mays team. We say teamwork makes the dream work, and yeah, it's awesome. Our marriage has gotten stronger, our family union has gotten stronger simply because we get to do everything together.
I get to clean the bathroom, and my brothers also have chores, and we get paid after we do our chores. Since I'm 7, I get $7. My chores are doing the call and also cleaning this whole place.
But a surprising new stream of income was about to come their way as this photogenic family began to document their lives on social media.
Hi everyone, I'm Gabriel.
And I'm Debbie.
The Mays team. Guys, welcome to our very first ever non-rehearsed YouTube video.
Whilst on the road, the family began to get quite a following and now have over 78,000 fans online. They turned that popularity into cash.
One way that we make money is with the Mays team from our large social media following. So brands will pay us to represent them on our Instagram. It's probably about $10,000 a month just from Instagram.
And to capitalize on their newfound stardom, they've even begun coaching other families to become successful on social media.
From November of 2017 to February of 2018, our account grew by over 10,000 new followers, and it actually continues to grow today.
behind the camera, being on the road with such a big family in such a tight space has its downsides.
Living on the bus has a few bumps, like you go to bed. I've got my little brother underneath me, so he like kicks the top of the bed, and it's just really annoying whenever I'm trying to get some sleep.
Having no space has been, it's the highest point of tension in our family.
Oh no!
It just means doing the dishes every day by hand, which sucks. You know, it means that we have to pick up after ourselves, and that sucks.
Honestly, when I was in a house and things would get lost, I wouldn't get frustrated. But living in a bus when things get lost, I'm like, how? How could it possibly be lost?
Whenever we go to the restroom, we can hear each other go into the restroom, and that sucks. Debbie and I have to be strategic about when we're intimate with one another, and that sucks to a certain extent. So yes, there are moments whenever living on this thing sucks, big time.
Coming up, has their school bus home made its final journey as the family park up so the kids can go to school?
We can just go and do whatever we want after school. It's just so much fun.
Now, the Bartling family head out to try some trampolining for the very first time.
I'm doing it!
I like crazy.
In Virginia, Joe and Karen Bartling, along with their 6 blind children, are heading off for a day of trampolining.
Interestingly enough, our kids love to go on rides, go on car rides. And we call them drive-by vacations, or they could be sightseeing trips. They have no idea what we're going to see, but they love it.
I'm doing it!
After adopting 3 blind daughters by 2004, the couple decided they wanted an even bigger family, and their next addition was a spirited 5-year-old boy from China.
David was a very rambunctious, crazy, wild 5-year-old.
David was originally brought to the US by a different adopted family.
The family went, they got him, they brought him home, and then they realized that he was more than they felt they could handle.
And so Karen and Joe stepped in to give David a permanent home.
Like some yogurt or something too, maybe that would be good.
How many plates are we getting? 3? My favorite part of my family is that we're basically, we have like our own personalities, and the thing is that we are all pretty normal. The thing that's helpful is having the blindness factor, because we can all relate in that way to each other.
David, now 19 years old, has moved out of the family home and is now studying business communications and IT at George Mason University. Technology is helping him to adapt to college life.
Now, my preferred way of texting is with Braille screen input. I can basically flip to the Braille screen input and type in messages from the home screen, and just I can do this. And it goes into my messages. But I can do that from anywhere, and it will open any app on my phone because it's smart.
David started college this semester, and yes, I was petrified. Not 100% sure, that he would be able to navigate his way around campus, which he's doing just fine. He seems to be enjoying it, and I've actually seen a maturity in him just in a few weeks. It's amazing.
The Bartling family now had 4 children born without sight, and after a call from their social worker, they were about to adopt a 5th, the first of their children to be born in the US, Obed.
Obed is a very affectionate little boy. He is just sweet and funny, and he never gets upset. He just goes with the flow. He is just chill.
Like their daughter Hannah, Obed was born without eyes, a condition known as bilateral anophthalmia.
He's just astounded us with his progress, and the fact that he is able to, with his cerebral palsy, that he's able to actually walk, and he is very, very happy.
By 2006, the family had 2 biological children and 5 adopted children, all with various disabilities. But Joe and Karen weren't finished yet. However, This time, to get their final edition Bethany, they'd have to take on the government of Thailand.
Right away, we were told, you're too old, because every country has its age restrictions. You have too many children in the home, and no.
Bethany, like David, was adopted by a different family in the US, but they decided not to finalise the adoption. A few years later, the Bartlings received a call to adopt Bethany.
And here she was, now 7 years old, finally coming home to where she should have been all along. But now we didn't have to go up against the restrictions and all that with Thailand, because now it was a domestic adoption.
An Orbit reader, it is a braille display that you can connect to Bluetooth with your phone. The braille comes up onto the display, whatever it's saying on the screen.
Living in a family with 6 children, all having different disabilities, comes with its challenges.
Are you pushing me
If
away?
we put Jessie's Cheerios in a bowl, she'll throw the bowl across the room. So she much prefers them just on the counter. We do it her way, right? If the training is not there, you know, or sometimes even if the training is there and the supports aren't there, it just, what one family can't handle, another family is usually, you know, ready to handle.
Next, daughter Hannah heads off to earn a crust at the local bakery.
This part is a little chipped right here.
But now, back with the Williams family, who are discovering the life-changing effects medical marijuana is having on their customers.
She said, because what you do allows my 5-year-old niece to function.
In the US, 10 states and Washington, D.C. have legalized recreational marijuana for adults over the age of 21. Medical marijuana is legal in another 33 states.
With cannabis, genetics are very important. Every plant is unique. They have their own genes.
The family business has 2 main branches for sales, medical and recreational.
Over here will be the recreational side, where anybody can come and buy marijuana or edibles or vapes, all kinds of different products. And on the opposite side is the medical side. So a person will come in here with their prescription, sign in, and then come on over to the medical side. And they have a larger selection of products, because if you have a medical issue, you want to have consistency, so they get that same product every time that works for them.
Again, the hybrid cartridge by batch is going to be a real nice height and euphoria in between. Real good bubbly head high, a little bit of a body high.
Everybody's very passionate about what they do here, so it makes it easier on us because they give you the spiel and just the friendly faces as well.
Another stem of their business is MedFarm, the family's very own scientific research facility. They're discovering new ways marijuana can be used in medicine.
What makes us unique in the United States and maybe the world is our ability to not only analyze what we produce chemically, but also to produce it in a pharmaceutical grade level.
We're going to be doing research with different universities and different colleges of medicine for sterile dosage forms such as injections, eye drops, inhalations also.
This is meant to provide researchers the tools that they need in order to advance the science of cannabis.
In 2017, it was reported that legal marijuana sales exploded to $9.7 billion in North America. The industry remains to be heavily regulated and taxed.
It's very highly regulated. 14 or 15 licenses to operate it.
There's no difference between the pot itself. The taxing is different between med and rec. It's about a total of 36% taxes paid on recreational bud, and it's about 8% tax on the medical bud.
The sale and use of marijuana is still considered controversial, and recreational sales are illegal globally, except in Uruguay, Canada, and 10 US states. So how do the family feel about dealing in a product banned in most of the world?
People are going to smoke it anyway. And if you can tax it to its maximum, it can really benefit society.
But like any mind-altering substance such as alcohol, the family recognize that marijuana should come with a health warning.
I think Using any substance, there are inherent dangers. You could have a bad high, right? You could be paranoid, you could be very lethargic. Those are some of the more common side effects. I would say it's less addictive than coffee, it's less addictive than cigarettes, but no substance that alters your body is necessarily without risks.
You can't die from over-consuming cannabis. You might have a bad experience, but you can't die like you can from drinking a whole bottle of alcohol that you shouldn't have drank.
So, do the family ever sample their own produce?
I started smoking cannabis in high school, probably 15 years old.
I've never smoked marijuana.
I don't smoke marijuana a lot, but for the most part, I'll take a daily dose of CBD.
CBD, or cannabidiol, is a chemical produced by the cannabis plant. It's not psychoactive, it won't give you the feeling of being high, but it is reported to ease pain and have a variety of health benefits.
I play tennis and I have tennis elbow and I have some mild arthritis, so I take a small amount of CBD and it has a tiny amount of THC.
THC is the chemical in marijuana that is responsible for the psychoactive high experienced by users.
One time, I had a surgery and Andy gave me some chocolate.
And so I said, well, why don't you take this chocolate to help you sleep and relieve the pain? So each square is 10 milligrams of THC, which isn't very much. It's just enough to kind of loosen you up and make you a little bit happy. And I told her to eat one square, and she ate 2 squares. She ate 20 milligrams, so twice as much as I told her.
In the middle of the night, I ended up crawling to the bathroom because I was too dizzy.
I think she was stoned for like 18 hours, which is really unusual for that amount. It just really affected her.
So that was my only experience, and so I don't like it.
That was funny. You're stoned for 18 hours.
In 33 states in the US, medical marijuana is recommended by doctors to treat health issues such as pain, IBS, Parkinson's, and epilepsy.
Marijuana has tremendous health benefits. And there's over 300 different compounds within the marijuana plant. CBD and THC are just 2 of them.
The company sells over 350 different cannabis products, including pills that can help you sleep.
These little tablets, take it similar to an aspirin or an Advil. Just take it with a glass of water 30 minutes before sleep. And I've sold those bottles to numerous elderly people who come back and they say, oh my gosh, Matt, thank you so much. I slept 8 hours last night.
The miracles that are happening. If you have Parkinson's and you're at the end of your life and you're shaking, and you start the CBDs with some THC, and a month later you're shaking a little less, and a couple months later you're actually knitting and cooking again. Those people, they come back crying because their life has changed.
Coming up, there's stiff competition for who will inherit the family business.
If they have aspirations of running the business one day, all the better. Doesn't mean they'll get it.
Next, we're back with the Mays family, who are hitting the brakes on their journey.
We will transition into this home recognizing and understanding the value of time spent with our kids.
After traveling across the US, the Mays family have completed their search for a new place to settle down in Redding, California. They have parked their home at a local caravan park.
We're currently in Redding, California. That's where we decided to settle down for the kids to go to school. When I looked at homeschooling, I just didn't feel like it was something that I could fit.
You guys want to walk over and sit down and have a little snack?
A little picnic.
Next to the creek?
We came here, I immediately just fell in love with the temperature of the place. The weather is really nice in California. And the people, we immediately got connected to a really good group of friends and community. We kept the school routine, so we stay still in one area. And then we travel on summers, weekends, and holidays every time we can.
With the bus parked up and the kids now at school permanently, the family are still living in their home on 4 wheels for the foreseeable future.
One of the best bits about having a bus is that we can pick up the kids after school and then go somewhere and have a picnic in a completely different scenery. Get away from the mundane. The opportunity is endless with it.
I like how it moves around. I like to go just to different fun places. We can just go and do whatever we want after school. It's just so much fun.
Now the family are planning to continue living on the bus, but do want to move back into a house eventually.
We really have always dreamed about building our own house. Part of the reason we chose living on the bus is to save money so that we could build a house in the future, but the connection was the #1 reason.
But will the couple have the same issues that made them up sticks in the first place?
Whenever we go back into the house, some things that we'll take from this experience is the connection with our family. We will transition into this home recognizing and understanding the value of time spent with our kids.
I think that my parents made the best decision ever to get us onto the bus.
We love the lessons we've learned through it, and I really think that our marriage wouldn't have made it if we hadn't have made this choice. I think that we would have just continued that life of disconnection. The ability to go and travel across America it's been a beautiful experience.
This decision to flip our life upside down for the sake of our marriage and our kids, this has been the best decision we could have ever made.
Back in Virginia with the Bartlings, and with 6 kids living with all different disabilities, the family are promoting their children's independence to get them ready for adult life.
We instill in our kids that, you're living in a sighted world. So the expectation for a visually impaired person or blind person is higher.
Well, I'm ready when you are.
I was born ready.
You were born ready, weren't you?
Yeah.
Some of the children are already benefiting from that preparation. Son David is now at college and daughter Hannah is heading to her job at a bakery.
I like everything. Washing dishes, drying dishes, and making recipes. And I like scooping cookies. And I like going into the chocolate room and packaging room. And now he's coming. Thank you.
You're welcome. Hannah was in special education, and she went to an academy basically for job training and that sort of thing. And fortunately for us, she had taken culinary classes, and they paired her with a coffee shop and bakery in town that employs other people with different kinds of disabilities working alongside typical employees. It's the first time they've ever had a blind person or even a visually impaired person in their kitchen.
Kelsey, this heart is a little chipped right here. It's a dud. I like all tasks about my job. I like getting along with all my employees that are entertaining to me. I'm entertaining to them.
Every year, the family celebrates the day each of their children were adopted. Today is Abby's Gotcha Day.
This is my mom and dad's anniversary and Abby's Gotcha Day. And we're gonna go out to dinner. And have a lot of fun.
One of the things that's important in adoptions is Gotcha Day, and a Gotcha Day happens to be the day that the child comes to be a part of your family. And so our anniversary this year just happens to be Abby's Gotcha Day.
The family are taking a trip out to one of their favourite restaurants to celebrate, and they're joined by Karen and Joe's biological son, Joel.
Here, Abby. If you want spaghetti.
Spaghetti.
With the kids growing up and the couple reaching retirement age, the family are beginning to plan for the future.
Many of our friends and relatives that are our age are empty nesters, and they're enjoying the fruits of their retirement, and we're not. We have children at home. We'll continue to have children at home. Our children are still young.
We love you, Mom and Dad.
Aw, Hannah. Bring out the tissue. It's not outside of the possibility for them to live together. And so we're actually starting the process looking into applying to officially become a group home for them. And in that case, the idea would be that hired help, hired caregivers and attendants would come in to do the day-to-day. It has its challenges, certainly, but without the challenges, then there wouldn't be any reward either.
Yeah. You'll kiss Daddy.
The kids are they're just amazing kids, and you just see how they interact, or, you know, if they've really succeeded at something, you know, and you're just like, yeah, this is pretty cool. This is pretty cool.
In Colorado, the Williams family business is now turning over $40 million a year and employing over 130 people, including 10 family members. But none of this would have been possible without the support and investment of their loved ones.
This is all pleasure tonight, no talking business.
Without Lou, this wouldn't have started, so we do what Lou wants.
Remember that day, that picture they snapped of me?
Yeah. Well, we got the check.
They're smiling, and I'm holding the check, and I should have held on tighter. Okay.
You wouldn't let it go.
And if you looked at my face, it was filled with fret. Three Musketeers.
Peter, one of the founding family members, has now retired from the marijuana business and is living a more mellow life.
My life a lot lately has been sitting in the backyard and enjoying my pets.
With a Williams family member at every turn, could the next generation take over the family business?
I started working there. I turned 21 and immediately left my job at the gas station and started working for Medicine Man. I get to see things that most people will never get to see in their lifetime, and that's what I see every day, to the point where I'm like, oh, psh, there's weed on the floor right there. Somebody sweep that up, you know?
This is Sarah, my granddaughter.
I think working with my family would be awesome, but I know that we'd get on each other's nerves a lot, so I don't know how much I'd want to do that.
My hopes for the future are just to expand all over the country, maybe even into other countries, just to keep putting out the best product possible, giving out a lot of help and medicinal benefits to millions of people, hopefully someday. So that's where I'd like it to see us go in the future.
No matter how old the children are, I'm always mom. Now it's grandma or Grammy.
All of our kids know that they have an open door policy. Once they turn 21, they can come work for us. If they have aspirations of running the business one day, all the better. Doesn't mean they'll get it, but I love it when they tell me that.
Everybody can see this. Can you read that from here?
Can't say enough about how well they did in their vision, and the dream that we all had came true.
This is what they call the American dream, what we have. The once in every 50 years a new market like this opens up, and we actually were there day one and took those risks and grabbed a hold of it, and without my brother and my mother, it would have been impossible.
You know, without family, there's really no meaning in life, I don't think. It's why we do it. And it wouldn't be the same without my, working with my family there.